heard it? Do you agree what counsel for the police told the Commission in this paragraph?
Befunda phaya intetho eyayibhalwe ukhansela omele ama-SAPS apho evula khona ngestatement sakhe ubuza ngoku commission ugeneral okokuba uyavumelana naloo ntetho.
So, Commissioner, do you have the document in front of you?
I have the document, but I don't know where they're reading from.
Well, Advocate Hemraj has found the passage in Exhibit FFF9. It's paragraph 43, which you'll find on page 14. That absolves those assisting you, Mr. Bezos, from conducting a further search.
Thank you.
Le ntetho utivela apha vakaliso 43
43.
This is
We must give the National Commissioner a chance to read it herself before she answers your question.
Yes. Thank you.
Befunda apho kuthiwa khona ke sizawuveza ubungqina obukhombisa okokuba noma uqeqesho lukhona kukho imithetho nemiqandelo ethize kusetyenzwa phansi kwayo nazo zonke ezinye izinto nemiyalezo enikezwe kumapolisa ubungqina buzawubonisa okokuba ezi zinto zazingonele okokuba zingakwazi ukuthi zilawule ngendlela esisihlwele sabantu esasihlome ngolo hlobo sigqitha kumawaka amathathu bebengavumi nokuba babeke phansi izixhobo ezezabo xa bexela ukuba benze njalo.
Waiting for me?
Yes, I'm waiting for the question.
I'm sorry,
because
I thought you
hadn't
were
read.
still reading. Have you read it?
Yes, I have.
Do you agree with it?
Yes, I do.
Without any reservation?
With qualifications.
Ndiyavumelana nalento kodwa kukho into endifuna ukuyichaza.
With qualifications. What qualifications do you want to make?
That the incident was unprecedented.
You want to add that it was unprecedented. Very well. Anything else that you want to do, to say about it?
Sehlakalo esinjengalesi asizange sibe khona phambilini. Ngaphandle koko akukho kunye.
Let us just start off with a document which you signed, which is before the Commission as Exhibit S.
Masiyeke kwi-exhibit incwadi uxwebhu labhala nguwo exhibit S.
I don't have it.
Would you remind us what Exhibit S is?
It's a letter written by the witness, Mr. Chairman, to all provincial commissioners and others.
Le incwadi yabhalelwa ijongise kuzo zonke
Written on the 20th of July 2012.
Nabanye ngaloo mini.
No, we have that. I remember that. Thank you.
Remember that letter?
I'd love to have it before me.
Sorry, you have to speak up a little louder.
Says she'd like to have it before her, which is a fair request in the circumstances.
Yes, thank you.
You
You want to have a look at it to remind you and to acknowledge that it is your signature?
I acknowledge that it's my signature. I'd love to read it again.
Forgive me, but having regard to my age, maybe you have to speak a little louder for me to hear you loud and clear, please.
Okay, my apologies because the sound operator had asked me to speak lower. I don't know what it is.
Well, if I have to compete with him, I would appeal to him to be tolerant.
Yes.
bacela uDJ apha okokuba
Caught in the crossfire, aren't you?
Yes, I have signed the letter, but I
Thank you.
would
can
need
hear
time
you
to
very
read
well.
it
I can hear you very
again.
well.
uthi uGeneral ewe incwadi uyavuma uba yasayinwa nguye kodwa ufuna ukuba anikwe ithuba lokuba akayifunde kancinci.
I'm ready.
Yes.
Sendilungile.
Did you draft that letter yourself?
Wayibhala wena ngokwakho le ncwadi?
This letter is drafted by my operational commander for ORS.
Le ncwadi ibhalwe ngu-operational commander wam.
Did you agree with his draft?
Yes, I did.
Wavumelana nalento ayithethayo ewe?
Did you consider that what you set out in relation to the rights of the people in situations where they have gathered?
To the best.
The letter really deals with the management of crowds and what ought to happen and what ought not to happen.
Le ncwadi iphathelene nokulawula kwezihlwele into ekudinga ukuba yenzeke nezi zingafanelanga ukuba zenziwe.
And you sent this to all the commanders and you expected all the people under your overall command to comply with it.
Wayithumela kubo bonke okhomanda bakho ulindele okokuba bonke baza kwenza njengoba ubaxele.
Yes, I did.
Ewe.
More particularly, and the one that is of particular relevance to this, that if you have to shoot below the belt and not the upper body. Those are, in effect, your words, are they not?
Wathi xa kunesidingo sokokuba udubule kodwa udubule ngaphansi apha emilenzeni.
You are correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
And you expected your commanders and all those under you to obey that instruction from you because it was in accordance what the Constitution requires. Is that correct?
Wawulindele okokuba baxelele ukuba benje njalo njengoba umgaqo sisekwa na ubeka.
Yes.
Ewe.
It's what the legislation expects.
Nomthetho ulindele ukuba kwenziwe ngolo hlobo.
Yes.
Ewe.
And what is the standing orders expected to be obeyed?
I-standing orders zona zithini ke apho?
The standing orders are consistent with this letter.
Standing orders siyavumelana nale ntetho.
We will deal with it in greater detail later.
Izawuza apho emva kwexesha.
But I want you to accept, for the purposes of this question, that there will be evidence from experts in pathology that examined the bodies of the dead and the records of the injured.
Sizawubeka phambi kwale commission ubungqina obuvela kwaba abezempilo i-pathologists
hardly any of the people that were killed or the people that were injured below the belt.
Kuzawubonisa obongqina okokuba aba bantu abonzakala nalaba baswelekayo badujulwa ngaphezulu kwebhanti akukho wadujulwa ngasezantsi.
Now, I don't want to have an argument, the sort of argument that you had with my learned friend. I want you to assume that qualified pathologists and experts that examine the bodies and the records of the injured people will say that the vast majority of the people that were killed or injured were not shot in the lower part of the body. Please accept that for the purposes of this evidence. If that is so, has your particular order been deliberately avoided in what happened at Marikana?
Umhlekazi uthi ngoku masivumelane apha ndithanda ukuba kube khona ukuphikisana kokuba kuzawubakho ingqali nabantu abanolwazi olunzulu phathelene nezemitha abazawuvela phaya kwi-pathologist ezizawuze ukungqina ukuba ubuninzi baba bantu badutshulwa ngaphezulu apha. Ngoku xa benze kanjalo benze into phambene nale ngxelo ubabekele yona.
I first just want to...
Before you answer, National Commissioner, your counsel wishes to say something.
In fairness to the witness, the document refers to rubber rounds. I don't know if my learned colleague is making reference to the injuries occasioned by rubber rounds.
Injuries?
Uthi umhlekazi wesiminya le nto ayivezayo umhlekazi uBizos ithetha nge-rubber rounds, i-rubber bullets, akazo kokuba ngeziphi imbumbulu ezathetha
all the
ngazo.
shootings,
Umhlekazi
all the
uBizos.
wounds, a few of which were with rubber rounds.
Uthi uthetha ngawo bonke laba abantu abozakala abanye
Are you
badutshulwa
referring,
nge-rubber
Mr.
bullet.
Bezos, to paragraph 3.2 of Exhibit S?
Yes.
That in terms says the rubber rounds must be skip fired to target at the legs of the crowd.
Yes. Well, I don't have to explain that a fortiori, if I may use the expression, I'm sure that the witness with her background understands what that means, with sharp ammunition.
No, Chair, it cannot be self-defense.
The question you asked, you see, was whether her instruction had been not deliberately disobeyed. I think that's a summary of your question. Now, her instruction that you're talking about only deals with rubber rounds. So I don't know that the principle of fortiori applies to such an extent that one can say that by implication she also gave such an instruction in respect of ammunition other than rubber rounds. So I think, to be fair to her, you should step back a pace or two and approach the matter from a different angle, because in fairness to her, the way you put it at the moment isn't absolutely correctly focused.
Yes.
Emva kokuba umhlekazi wesiminya ivezile le nto kokuba
I
ibekwanga
anticipated what I
ifanele.
thought might be your objection, but if there's another objection that I haven't dealt with, please speak now if you consider it appropriate.
No, I'm covered, Chair.
Ugqibile umhlekazi wesiminya uthi le nto athetha ngayo umhlekazi uBizos apha ugeneral ethetha khona uthetha ngokudutshulwa kwe-rubber bullets. Akuthethi ke apha akuthethwa apha ngembumbulu ezi zinobungozi.
Let us give you the background, which may clarify the matter for you, Commissioner.
Mandicacisele ngolu hlobo ukuze uyiqonde kakuhle le nto endiyibuzayo.
The purpose in your letter that they must shoot even rubber bullets below the belt was probably motivated by the fact that a person shot with a rubber bullet on the chest actually died. You recall that?
Uyakhumbula okokuba ude ukhiphe lo myalelo lona ukuba kwenzeka omnye umuntu owadutshulwa nge-rubber bullet apha esifubeni wasweleka.
The name of the deceased was Tatani, and there was quite wide publicity that even a rubber bullet directed to their upper body may cause death.
Lo nthetha ngaye utatane kwabhalwa kakhulu kabanzi ngaye kwakuthi ke ne-rubber bullet xa ibethe embethe apha esifubeni umuntu uyasweleka.
You recall that?
Uyayikhumbula loo nto?
Yes, I do. But may I just raise something you raised earlier on. I think I don't want to be wrong with the protocol.
Mandiveze ke lento oke yavezwa nguwe ngoku.
You have said in my answering, you do not want me to answer the way I answered yesterday, and I just want to know if there is a limitation in how I respond.
Ignore that. I'm sorry. Ignore it. Just answer the question.
Akafuna okokuba ugeneral aphendule
The
ngendlela
request has
bephendula
been,
ngayo izolo.
or instruction, whichever it was,
Uyaxolisa
has been
uBizo.
withdrawn by Mr. Vizos. So just answer the questions as you consider appropriate.
Yes, yes, I
if you
recall.
have to be pressed on some answers, you will be, but answer them as you consider appropriate. It's your evidence, you're the witness.
Thank you,
Umgcini sihlalo umnika ilungelo lokuba makaphendule ngendlela abona kufanele ngayo.
Yes, I recall.
Yayikhumbula loo nto uyibuzayo.
The reason why you included that in your letter was because you have respect, and the police have respect, and the Constitution guarantees the right to life and the right not to be injured. And this is why you put it in.
Wayibhala lo ncwadi ngokuba ubonisa okokuba ungumuntu oyihloniphayo impilo yomuntu nelungelo lakhe lokuphila njengoba libekwa nangaphansi komgaqo-siseko.
Yes, my organization does so.
Ewe nenhlanganiso le ndiyisebenzelayo yenza
The
njalo.
recipients of your letter must of necessity have understood that anything more lethal than a rubber bullet should most certainly not be directed onto the lower body of any person.
Do I understand the lower body?
Not to the upper body, but to the lower body.
Uyayilungisa umhlekazi
If you have
uBizo
to
lento.
shoot,
Okokuba xa ubabhalela
particularly with sharp ammunition or even a rubber bullet, do it on the lower part of the body.
No, Chair, that's not what the document says.
kukho impikisana apha uthi umhlekazi uSimenya ayisho kanjalo le ncwadi njengoba esitsho umhlekazi uBizo.
Doesn't say that. True.
Vizos?
I thought there was an objection. Am I
Yes,
supposed
there's an objection. Before I rule on the objection, I must give you a chance to answer, mustn't I?
See, Mr. Chairman, I'm entitled to put to the witness, when she said that you mustn't shoot rubber bullets to the upper part of the body, it goes without saying that anything more dangerous than a rubber bullet must not be shot in the direction of the upper part of the body. I submit that it is a legitimate question for the witness to answer as to whether that can be read into her document or not.
Buza ngolo hlobo umhlekazi uBizo xa
What do you
uBizo
wish to
apha
reply to
kuthetha.
Mr. Vizos?
The question cannot be with reference to the document. The document does not connote that meaning. We can all read it ourselves, Chair.
Umhlekazi uSimenya uthi uthetha ngale ncwadi yabhala ngugeneral ukuba ayivezi loo nto njengoba esisho umhlekazi uBizo sokokuba bakufanele bacinge okokuba uthetha ngayo yonke inhlobo yembumbulu ikaphezulu le enobungozi ukugqitha le ya rubber
In
bullet.
particular, Chair, the document cannot be understood to say, even in self-defense, you have to fire with sharp ammunition below to the legs.
Ayisho le ncwadi okokuba ekuzikhuseleni kwamapolisa kufanele adubule phansi
Your question
komzimba.
can be
Ayithethi loo nto.
reformulated in a way that avoids the objection but achieves the result that you want to achieve.
Yes, I'll try.
Uzawuzama ukuyibeka ngenye indlela.
Would it have been as important to you that people should not be shot in the upper part of their body with ammunition more damaging than a rubber bullet?
Awuyibonanga kuyinto ebalulekile okokuba ubaxela ukuba nangembumbulu ezezinobungozi bangadubuli ngaphezulu kwebhanti kumzimba ungenhla.
I think it would be important, but we would require to engage it in a similar rigor that we did with this document. I have not had an opportunity of addressing that.
Nayo ke bekufanele ndiyiveze ngoxwebhu olinjengolu kodwa ke bendingekabi nethuba lokuba ndiyibhale ngolo hlobo luthetha ngayo.
We'll leave it at that for a moment.
Masiyeke apho ke okwangoku.
Don't you think that, or do you think that your order was disobeyed by the people who did the shooting at Marikana on the 16th?
Imiyalelo yakho
In
awuyikhuphile.
fact, most of the injuries were on the upper body.
Imiyalelo wawuyikhuphile ke awubona okokuba
I don't
ayimamelanga
think that avoids the
ngabantu
problem.
abadubula eMarikana.
Her instruction relates to rubber bullets and rubber rounds. As I read it, it's effectively, it follows on an earlier document, Exhibit T, to which it refers, which was issued on the 20th of December 2011. And if you read that these two documents together, T and S, they seem to me to amount to what one might regard as glosses on the Standing Order General 262. So the Standing Order 262 is where you start. Then that's to be read as glossed, as it were, by Exhibits T and S. Exhibit S is a part of the gloss. It says when you're shooting, you must only use rubber rounds, as I understand it, balls, not bullets, and you must, as you say, you must shoot below the belt. She doesn't deal in S because it's a gloss on something else with sharp ammunition. Your question relates to sharp ammunition, which is something dealt with by Standing Order General 262, and I would imagine that the point that you're aiming for, if that's the right word in this context, is dealt with in paragraph 11 of that standing order, in particular 11.3. That, if I may be permitted to say so, is the profitable line to follow in regard to the point you wish to make. But to put it on the basis of what she wrote in S, which is a gloss on the earlier document, which only deals with rubber rounds, is, I think, to be misleading. I'm not suggesting you're doing it intentionally, but perhaps if you can approach it the way I've suggested, we can move forward on this point.
I'll come back to it once I've had a look at the...
Uthi uzawubuya kule nto umthekazi uBizos emva kokuba umgcini sihlala amchazele kabanzi kokuba le nto athetha ngayo iyavela phaya kwi-standing orders amapolisa u-262 apho kuthethwa khona le ncwadi yabhala ngugeneral yayikhutshwe kwezo zinto apho kuthethwa khona ngerubber
All
rounds.
these instruments were not adequate instruments to deal with a treacherous situation. We leave the question of your view of the standing orders for a moment. Section 11 of the Constitution says everyone has the right to life.
Section 11 ye-Constitution thetha umgaqo-seko uthi wonke umuntu unegunya unelungelo lokuba aphile.
Section 12(1)(c). Everyone has the
12(1)(c).
right to freedom and security of the person,
Wonke umuntu unalo igunya lokokuba ahlale
read
akhuselekile
with
ngalo
subparagraph
lonke ixesha.
C, to be free from all forms of violence from either public or private sources.
Umuntu abe negunya lokokuba kungabikho dushe noma ingxokonxoko ezenzekayo kuye elivela kubantu ebahlalini noma abanye abantu.
Do you agree with your counsel's statement that those two sections of the Constitution were not adequate instruments to protect the lives of people?
I don't know that that's exactly what Mr.
Uyavumelana
said.
nommeli wakho xa ethetha ngolo
Sorry, I'm
hlobo
sorry, forgive me. for
esithi zonke
anticipating.
ezi zinto
What he
azibanga.
said was, he referred to the constitutional mandates of the police service and the provisions of the various statutes dealing with police conduct. And then he said, the evidence, however, will be but some of these instruments were not adequate to deal with the treacherous situation of more than 3,000 belligerent protesters who were armed and resisting any effort to disarm them. Now, I don't read that as a criticism of the Constitution or a suggestion that the constitutional provisions weren't adequate to deal with the situation. He in terms talks about some of these instruments, and that looks like a reference to, amongst other things, provisions of the various statutes dealing with police conduct. But so I think the question, the way you put it, isn't entirely accurate. But unless there's something else that he said, which haven't got before me at the moment, from which it's clear that the point you've put is correct, it seems to me that the question can't be allowed.
Bamchazela umhlekazi uBizos ukuba lo mbuzo awubuzayo
It's
athi
obviously to what you're going to say in reply to the point I put to you.
vela kule ncwadi yabhalwa ngumhlekazi uSiminya ayiqondanga ngoba apha umhlekazi
meaning
uSiminya
of the words. Sorry. The ordinary meaning of the
ngemiyalelo
words
yamapolisa hayi umgaqo
used
siseko
by my
welizwe.
learned friend is clear. That the protection that were envisaged by statutes, and the Constitution is part of it, were not adequate instruments to deal with the situation. I'm entitled to ask, and I do ask, is what were the actual shortcomings in the training policy or the law of the Constitution that hampered the efforts of the police at Marikana?
No problem with that question, and
Well,
I don't think
that is the question that I am leading up to.
I don't think Mr. Semenya would object to that. Well, maybe if you proceed with that question, then we can make progress.
Andinangxaki ngendlela ubuza ngayo ngoku lo mbuzo.
You know the
Ngokuba
provisions
ingxaki
of the
yabaphi.
Constitution that I have read out.
Yes, I do.
Ndiyayiva le nto ithethayo.
What were the shortcomings in the training, the policies, and the law and the Constitution that hampered your efforts in Marikana?
Uthi ntoni le eyaba ingxaki okokuba ingaphumeleli le nto yaseMarikana maqondana nemithetho, imigaqo nenkambiso zonke ezibekiwe?
Because that question is full of other things, may I request that we chunk it so that I can respond to each area appropriately?
Masiyohlule le mibuzo yakho ndikwazi ukuba ndiyiphendule ihlangehlengene ngoku.
She wants to deal with the question in part. It's too long for her to handle.
Let's see.
These are the provisions that you said in this opening statement.
The summary of the evidence is this, that in Section 207(1) of the Constitution, the President gives power to appoint a National Commissioner of Police with two distinct responsibilities: to control and to manage the police. Was that fulfilled?
Yes.
Uthi ngaphansi ko-section 207 womgaqo-siseko umongameli welizwe
Section
unegunya lokuba abeke
207(2)
ikhomishina yamapolisa
of the
ukuba yenze ulawulo.
Constitution. The National Commissioner must exercise control over and manage the police service in accordance with the national policing policy and
Nokuthi
such directions as may be given by the Cabinet.
ukuba ukhomishina ufanele enze leyo msebenzi yolawulo nokuphatha phansi komgaqo-siseko nangokulayelwa yikhabhinethi.
It's true.
Ewe.
Section 205(3) of the Constitution. The objective of the police service is to prevent, combat, and investigate crime, to maintain public order, to protect and secure the inhabitants of the Republic and their property, and to uphold and enforce the law.
Funda apha section 205 ye-constitution okokuba umsebenzi wamapolisa yintoni njengoba ubala phaya ukhuselo labantu kwimpilo yabo kwimpahla yabo nayo yonke
Section
into.
195 sets out the responsibilities of the public service.
Section 195 ke abesebeka yonke iminyango kahulumende.
Your powers are also expressed in Section 11 of the Police Act. The National Commissioner may exercise the powers and perform the duties and functions necessary to give effect to Section 2181 of the Constitution.
Umfundela kumthetho wamapolisi section 11 okokuba yintoni amandla.
The Police Act also provides in Section 17 that the National Commissioner, subject to Section 2181C of the Commission, establish and maintain a national...
The Constitution, 2181 of the Constitution, you said
Constitution. The public establish and maintain a national public order policing unit. Was that in order?
No, ukuthi kwenziwa kusetshenzwa kanjani ukude kuvele kujunja amapolisa lawo public order policing phansi kwalomthetho.
Section 195 of the Constitution, the public administration which provides for the basic values governing public administration must be governed by the democratic values and principles enshrined in the Constitution, including the following principles. A high standard of professional ethics must be promoted and maintained. Services must be provided impartially, fairly, equitably, and without bias. Public administration must be accountable. Transparency must be fostered by providing the public with timely, accessible, and accurate information. Was that available to you and the police?
Njengoba efunda phaya ufunda isection ethize yomgaqo seko apho beka khona umgaqo seko kokuba kufanele kwenziwe ntoni nantoni imiphi imigaqo nezindlela ekufanele ezilandele. Umbuzo commissioner ukuba unayo na le nto ayifunda phaya.
Yes.
Ewe ndinayo.
And the two more important ones, Standing Order 260 of crowd management, the use of force must be avoided at all costs.
Apho
We're aware of that?
Kumthetho 260 wamapolisa uthi ke kusebenziso lezigalo kufanele okokuba lungasetshenziswa kungadingekile lungabi khona setshenziswa.
260, you mean 262 11.1?
Yes.
Use of force must be avoided at all costs.
Okay, 260 and standing order 262.
Tolerance. And it goes on about that. And then 3 says, if the use of force is unavoidable, it must meet the following requirements.
Ukho apho angafundanga khona xa kuthiwa xa kungekho enye indlela bangenza ngayo khona izindlela ezinokulandela.
And national instructions and our standard operating procedures are to be observed.
Kulandelwe yonke imithetho nemigaqo ebekiwe.
And the Code of Conduct of SAPS, published on June 10, 2005, police must be disciplined with controlled supervision.
Namapolisa kufanele ajongwe kokuba afakwe endleleni xa kukho imithetho ekuthize bayayinqile.
What
Phansi komthetho
shortcomings were there
2005
that prevented the police from avoiding the killings? What shortcomings?
Intoni ke eyenza intoni ingxaki yayikhona kokuba kude kwenzeke lento amapolisa oyiseke ahluleke ukwenza umsebenzi wawo ngendlela.
If all those were there, what more did you need in order to avoid the killings?
Xa kukhona yonke le imigaqo ebekiwe nemithetho ebekiwe ukuba mayilandelwe ingxaki yabaphini.
I think the important thing in responding to your question is that I would like to say the situation was different. I have said the situation was unprecedented.
Njengoba bendichazile ke mhlekazi kuphenduleni umbuzo wakho ndithe lento enjengalena into ibicala ukwenzeka engazange yenzeke ngaphambilini ibehlukile kwezinye izigameko.
We will deal with whether or not it was unprecedented in a short while. Have you got anything else to say in answer to the question.
Zawufika apho khona into obusafuna ukuyisho ekuphenduleni lo mbuzo ndiwubuzile.
I just wanted to say that circumstances that pertained to the situation were also important.
Mandithi ke enye into eyibaluleke gqitha zimeko ezazikhona ngelo xesha.
But what I want to ask you is this: do you agree with the allegation made by counsel for the police that the problem was that there were 3,000 belligerent protesters who were armed and resisting any effort to disarm?
Uthi ummeli wenu ingxaki yaba ngoba aba bakhankalazi babeninzi gqitha abangamawaka amathathu bexhomile basala nokuthi bebeke phansi izixhobo zabo.
I agree with that statement, and this is why I'm talking about circumstances that pertained.
Ndiyavumelana naloo nto ke yiyo le ndiyichazayo kokuba imeko yayikhona ngelo xesha
Was your information that there were 3,000 belligerent protesters who were armed? 3,000 protesters who were armed. Was that the information upon which you based your support for this plan?
Okokuba aba bakhankalazi babengamawaka amathathu bebehlomile bonke bengamameli mntu.
Yes, and it was many other circumstances.
Ewe ngaphandle koko nezinye imeko ezazikhona.
And if there were not 3,000 belligerent protesters who were armed and resting in any effort to disarm, then the instruments that your counsel said were inadequate may be a wrong statement to make.
Xa bengasi amawaka amathathu ababantu kusho kokuba le ntetho evezwe ngummeli wama-SAPS okokuba yaba yilo ngxaki sizoba wrong as statement uzoba yintetho engeyona.
That would be subject to different facts being presented.
Yes. Well, we don't have to keep it under the table. The South African police and their witnesses couldn't make up their mind how many armed people there were. Here they obviously told our learned friend that there were 3,000 armed people. We know that elsewhere during the proceedings, Mr. Semenya put to a witness that there were only 200 to 300 who were armed. There were others who were peaceful, unarmed, and left peacefully. Which of the two versions you, as Commissioner, operated on?
Nasebenza ke ngeyiphi indlela njengoba umhlekazi uSiminya uye waveza apha xa ebuza imibuzo kuba kwakukhona amakhulu amabini ukuya kwamathathu abantu abakhankalazi bebehlomile apho abanye bengahlomanga bazihlalele pha emva bebonisa uxolo nangexesha besakazwa phaya bazihambela ngoxolo. Ngoku wena ubeka eyiphi ngaba abaveza ngumhlekazi uSiminya uthi kanene bom onke amawaka lawo amathathu abehlomile?
I would not speculate on those two versions because I haven't seen alternative facts. I see the statement of Mr. Semenya. And the second thing is that as police, people who are armed in any march be a concern for us, as the Constitution does allow people to protest peacefully and unarmed. So any number of people, whether they are 2 or 7, would concern us.
Thina ke njengamapolisa siba nengxaki ngabantu abachancalaza bephethe izixhobo. Kungayi ngobuninzi babo noma babili noma basixhenxe xa behlomile siba nengxaki ngoko ngoba umgaqo seko yavuma abantu bangaqhankqalaza kodwa bengahlomanga.
Please answer the question which I will try and make clearer.
Ndizawuzama ukuba
As
ndiwucacise
the
lo mbuzo.
National Commissioner, were your actions premised on having to deal with 3,000, to use the precise words used by your counsel, who were armed and resisting any effort of to disarm 3,000, or only 200 to 300? Which one did you operate on? On what numbers did you base your conduct in the decisions that you took?
Perhaps it is conduct of the police, not of the commissioner.
He asks her what she based her conduct on. There are various answers she can give, which I don't think either of us should suggest to her. But I think it's a permissible question. I'm not sure what the answer will be. Let's see. I understand the point you make, Mrs. Menya, but I don't think it's a basis for stopping Mr. Bezos from asking the question he's asking. The conduct, your conduct, insofar as you were involved in making decisions and doing things yourself, to what extent was such conduct, if any, based upon an acceptance of the figure of 3,000 as opposed to the figure of 300? That's Mr. Bezos' question. Is that right, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Umbuzo kaMhlekazi uBizos njengoba ucacisa umgcini isihlalo uthi xa ukomishina enikela imiyalelo phaya wayeyijongise kwaba bangu 300 ababehlomile ikanene kwi 3,000 yabantu babehlomile na.
Judge, the important thing for me is to say, I, as police, whether it's 2 or 3 that are armed in a protest, it bothers us. So it is immaterial whether it's 300 or 3,000. Armed protesters, by the law, are not allowed.
Beka ngolo hlobo ke ugeneral okokuba umthetho uthi abanelungelo lokuba baqhankqalaze abantu. Kodwa ke xa behlomile noma babili noma bangu7 noma bangamakhulu amathathu kanye namawaka amathathu ingxaki lonto kuthi amapolisa.
Contradictory statements made about the number of people involved, armed and unarmed, are a matter of record.
Khona impikisano kokuba babe bangaki abantu babexhomile apho.
The instruments that would have been required in order to disarm and arrest 200 to 300 people must have been completely different to doing the same to 3,000 people.
Angithi kwakuzakho umahluko xa kuyohluthwa izixhobo.
Would you agree with that?
Kubantu abangamakhulu amathathu kubekho umahluko xa kuyiwa phaya kuyothathwa izixhobo kubantu abangamawaka amathathu. Uyavumelana nalonto?
I would refer you to the statement of my lawyers, Section 43, because those are the facts that we place before this commission.
Jonga section isigaba sika 43 se statement sommeli wethu apho eveza khona okokuba yasetshenzwa ngoluphi uhlobo lento.
Would the tactics for controlling 3,000 armed people, all of whom were armed, have to be different if only a select group of warriors, to use your counsel's words, as a separate group? Would the tactics of necessity have to be different?
Izindlela beniyosebenza ngazo ke thatheni izixhobo zabantu beyizawufanana xa nidinga ukuba nithathe izixhobo kubantu abangamawaka amathathu abahlomile xa bekungalinani elincinci kunelo.
I may not be able to talk about those specific tactics, and I'm sure my commanders will do so, but we would gun towards disarming and dispersing those people.
You know,
commanders zami zizokwazi ukuba ziyichaze loo nto angeke ndikwazi ukuyichaza mna kodwa ke besizimisele okokuba sibahlukanise phakathi ababantu sibathathele ezi zinto bebeziphethe.
you are the commander-in-chief, Commissioner,
Njengocommissioner nguwe ophezulu ophethe kubo bonke andithi
and I am asking you,
ibuza wena ke
would the tactics be the same if indeed there were 3,000 people, but the majority were unarmed, and it was necessary to disarm, according to your counsel, between 2,000 and 300 people in a different group, separate from the big group?
Between 2,000 and 300, you meant 200 and 300.
I'm sorry, yes.
uyibeke ngendlela engavakale umhlekazi uBizos
The
phakathi
separate group
kwamawaka
was
amabili
200
namakhulu
to
amathathu
300.
uyamlungisa
Would the
Chairman.
tactics have been different? What do you say?
Umbuzo
Never
wakho
mind
okokuba-
what your commanders may say. You, the commander-in-chief, and we want an answer from the commander-in-chief.
bebazosebenzisa into ezohlukile na xa kube imeko ibe ngolohlobo okokuba amakhulu amathathu abantu bebehlomile benezixhobo kwiqela elohlukile kunaba abaninzi abangahlomanga.
There would be consistency in the tactics. The tactics would be to encircle, to disarm, and to disperse the people.
Yayibekiwe indlela okokuba mabazungeze ababantu mabahanqe behlukanise phakathi bathathelwe izixhobo.
I'm going to put to you, so that they can deal with it, my colleagues, that this change from what was said in the opening address to a lesser group came about as a result of the filing of a report of an expert that to try and deal with 3,000 armed people is nonsensical. And that is why there was this change of the story.
Lendlela lento ke yatshintshwa emva kokuba kuvele ubungqina bengcali apha ethi ukuhlangabezana nengxaki yabantu abangamawaka amathathu into ebeyingeke ikwazi ukwenzeka. Asekutshintshwa ke sekuvezwa aba abancinci.
Are you able to comment on what counsel has put you in that regard?
No, I'm not.
Andinakuyazi loo nto ethetha ngayo.
Very well.
Could you perhaps tell us which expert report you're referring to, Mr. Bezos?
Mr. Hendricks.
Thank you.
Muthi le ngcali athetha ngayo uMr
Whose
Hendricks.
statement had been filed after my learned friend cross-examined the witness whose name I forget.
I think you're talking about Brigadier Nkunazi. Wasn't it Brigadier
No,
Nkunazi?
I think it was one of the witnesses who were called by Mr.
Yes, it was Makidiwana, chairperson. And
Now, what happened was when Nkunazi was being cross-examined,
it was also
Mr.
yes.
Bezos put things to him and handed in what amounted to a file note.
Oh, yes.
And then subsequently, the expert summary was filed, to which reference is made. I'm not sure whether Mr. Bezos, I'm going to ask him, is referring to the filing of the file note, in which certain views of Mr. Hendricks, I think he's a colonel, Hendricks was set out, or he's referring to the fuller expert summary that was filed later.
I deal with the letter, I think, which gives it greater detail. But the
Uza
witness
kuyiveza le
has
ncwadi athetha ngayo
chosen not to
sive kokuba.
respond. I will not repeat.
I can understand that if you asked President Obama, who's the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Forces, a question about submarine warfare, he may also say he would prefer his submarine commanders to answer it rather than answering it himself. And I'm not sure the analogy is entirely inappropriate.
Lo mbuzo ubuzayo umhlekazi uyafana nokokuba
Except with respect,
kubuze
Mr.
uObama
Obama's
ngezinto
jurisdiction
ezenziwa
is
ngamasole
so wide
ase-America.
that he may have been
Uthi
able to
ugeneral
more
akanakwazi yonke
readily,
into
make
yikho
that,
nje ethi uzava
that
ngekomanda
answer.
zakhe.
I'm running a big country. Here we were dealing with a situation where the commander-in-chief actually went on, well, it'll come out, of the role that she actually
It's a matter for argument, I think.
Yes.
But anyway, proceed with your cross-examination. Let me not unduly hamper you. Let me not hamper you at all.
Beka ngembuzo Bezos.
I want to deal with something that my learned friend Mr. Matlanga dealt with, but in greater detail.
Make ndiye kulento umhlekazi uMadlanga kwayiveza apha ke kodwa mina ndiveze kabanzi.
That there is a regrettable trend to indulge in what one of the writers has described as political rhetoric.
Uthi kukho into evisa ubuhlungu lento kokuba abanye babhala ngezinto eziphathelene nezombusa izwe ezepolitiki.
I'm not unmindful of the fact that some of these statements were made before your appointment.
Ndiyayazi kokuba ezinye zezintetho zavela ngaphambi
But
kokuba
listen
ubekwe.
carefully, because they form a part of the context of the environment in which Marikana has happened.
Ezi zintetho ndithetha ngazo ke zabhalwa kodwa zihambelana nento le esisehlakalo esenzeka apha eMarikana.
Would you agree that statements made by people in the executive positions in government in relation to the police may have an impact on public statements that have been made?
I don't understand that
Sorry,
question.
yes,
I think there's a slip of the tongue there.
We should consider the impact.
The impact of public statements of high-profile officials on the police.
Uthetha ngezintetho ezivezwa ngabaphethe phaya phezulu kurhulumente bethetha ngamapolisa.
No.
You can ignore them. Do you ignore them?
Nenze utho ngazo kanena nenzinto.
It's not a question of ignoring them. I'm saying I'm saying no. They would not have an impact on how we do our work because we have protocols, we have SOPs, we have guidelines that you were speaking about. That is what regulates how we do our work.
Indlela sisebenza ngayo ke ibekiwe apha emthethweni wamapolisa silandela leyo migaqo ebekiwe apha. Izinto ezithethwa ngabepolitiki phaya azenzi into apha kuthi.
If a minister in the cabinet makes a statement about the conduct of the police, would the commissioner, would the commanders, would the brigadiers, would the colonels, would the captains, would the majors, would the warrant officers ignore it?
Ukuba ke ngumphathiswa bekho into ayithethayo ngamapolisa akhonto zino umlome yazilowo o captain no brigadier ke abo banoyenza ngalonto leyo ithethekayo.
We are a very disciplined and controlled organization. It is important for us to operate according to norms, regulations, and standards. If those issues are to be taken into account, they have to find their way into our regulations, into our standards. You can't just listen to a person and start acting otherwise. It will be ultra-vicious.
Singabantu ke thina bahamba ngomgaqo nomthetho ukuba izinto ofuneka zilandelwe qala funeka zibe ngaphansi kwemimiselo nemigaqo.
Am I wrong in remembering you saying that the politicians give you support and guidance? Did you say that? Leadership support.
Uke ingathi ndivuya uhle ngoba usithi ke inko ababepolitiki bakunika inkxaso ke ngoku kwindlela okhokhela ngayo.
It is correct.
Inyani.
Let me read to you
answer, because I must confess, I thought I heard her say that the Minister of Police gives guidance and support.
Well,
and
it
so
may
forth.
be,
You put the question more broadly,
general.
and I'm not sure that she made the statement in the broad way that you put it. Let's ask her. You hear the debate between Mr. Bezos and myself.
No, not general. The Minister of Police, as prescribed by the Police Act and the Constitution.
Yes. Now, Deputy Minister of Safety and Security, Susanna Shabangu, on the 9th of April, 2008, is recorded as having said, "You must kill the bastards if they threaten you or the community. You must not worry about the regulations. I want no warning shots. You have one shot, and it must be a kill shot."
National Commissioner, if you look in the exhibit yesterday, Triple F14, the publication by Mr. David Bruce, you'll see the passage which Mr. Bezos has read. That's it. Is page 14 in the first paragraph beginning on that page. You might like to read it first before answering.
Page 14 yale ncwadi ebhalwa nguBruce, David Bruce.
Have you read it?
Yes, I have.
I will read the rest of it.
General Lendeto.
I want no warning shots. You have one shot, and it must be a kill shot. I will not tolerate any pathetic excuses that you not being able to deal with crime. You have been given guns, now use them.
Uthi uthetha ngolo hlobo ke umama uShabangu banikwe imipu manje isebenzise ngendlela efanele andifuni izizathu ezingavakaliyo apha okokuba ni ungakwazi ukwenza umsebenzi wenu xa ninikwe ezo zibhamu zisebenziseni.
What effect would a statement, "You must not worry about the regulations," have on members of the police force?
Intetho enjengalena ke xa ivela kwaba beParliament iba nantoni iyenza ntoni kwaba bantu basebenza phansi kwawo?
The team I lead does not have an alternative. The team I lead does not have an alternative.
I'm asking you. I am asking
you. No,
you.
Mr. Bezos, give her a chance to finish your answer. I'm sorry, I think it's best to go back to the beginning of the sentence and start again.
The team I lead does not have an alternative. They have to do their work according to the prescripts that are written. They cannot do their work according to any other type of commands that come from anybody.
Le team ke ephansi kwami endiyiholayo ayinayo enye indlela engasebenza ngayo ngaphandle kokuba ilandele imithetho nemigaqo ebekiwe, ayinakuba imamele abanye abantu bangaphandle noma enye imiyalelo eqhamuka noma ngakubani phandle phaya.
This statement came from the Deputy Minister of Safety and Security, Susan Shabangu.
Lentetho yavela ku deputy minister or mapolisa umama Susan Shabangu. In your opinion,
would that adversely affect the members under your command, if you had been in command at the time, about the respect to the Constitution, the regulations, the Act, about shooting?
Beyingeke na lento ibe nefuthe kwaba bantu ubaphetheyo ubalawulayo kokuba banganyanzeli imithetho ebekiwe nemigaqo siseko balandele lentetho yaluma.
I first recognize the fact that you are saying this did not happen during my time, That's number one. Secondly, that you are asking for a speculative response from me. And I would say, again, that people have a right to voice their opinion and their views. But we as police are not guided by that. We are guided by prescripts.
Mandithi-ke thina njengamapolisa silandela imithetho gaqo ebekiwe. Ndiyayivuyela noko into yokuba uthi le nto yathethwa ndingakabi kwesi sikhundla ndikuso. Ufuna apha owami umbono ngulowo ke ndiuveza.
If this had been said at the end of June last year, when you were appointed National Commissioner, what would you have done?
Xa le nto ethi ibivele ngoku ngoJune emva kokuba uza kwenza ntoni ke wena?
I will again say that statement will not interfere with how we as police execute our work. We are strictly regulated by our prescripts.
What would you have
Sinemithetho
done?
nemigaqo esiyilandelayo njengamapolisa into enjengelena bengeke ibe nafuthe.
Would you have called your men and say, ignore this minister's, in inverted commas, forget about it, my comment, forget about this statement of the minister, order number so-and-so is much more powerful than her voice. Ignore it. Would you have done that?
Uzobabiza abosebenza nabo baxelela ukuba maningayithatheli inyanzelo lento ethethwe nguminister ngu-deputy minister masilandele imigaqo ebekiwe.
I would not go as far as dealing with it, but I would issue an instruction that says, remember the protocols and the prescripts that govern how you should do your work.
And ignore the minister's statement.
Because I do not know.
Would you say ignore this minister's statement?
Because I think he was still answering the question, were you?
I do not know what influences that statement. I have no control upon it. What I have control upon is to tell my members on how to professionally and regimentally to follow their prescripts. That I have control upon. Variables that I have no control upon really would just be taking away our energy. I would advise them to do their work in a manner that they're supposed to do it.
Uphendula ngolo hlobo ke ugeneral uthi bendingeke ndingene kuloo ntetho yakhe kodwa ke imithetho bendiza kuyikhupha kokuba masikhumbule okokuba silandele imithetho nemigaqo ebekiwe. Bendingeke nditsho kokuba ndibhale okokuba sanukuyihoya le nto etshiwo nguminister bendingenawungena kuloo nto.
Let's take a couple more similar statements.
Masithathe ezinye ke ezifana naloo nto.
Page 15 of David Bruce's
article. Minister Mtetwa, Minister of Safety and Security, in 2009, page 15 of the Bruce document.
Apha kukho intetho kamhlekazi umthethwa uminister apha ku page 15.
Because if you're quoting the passage in italics, it's actually November 2008.
I don't believe that.
Yes, if that's the passage you're quoting, well, I'm saying it's November 2008. I didn't want to interrupt you, but you said 2009. Sorry. There's an earlier reference to something in 2009, but there was a change in the name of the department.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Chairman.
We don't believe that you are faced with criminals armed with sophisticated weaponry. The police's task would be to take out some human rights charter. Mr. Chairman, whilst we are dealing with Mr. Bruce, may I just place on record about something about Mr. Bruce? He is an expert who actually gave evidence before the Constitutional Court in the Walters case dealing with Section 49. He is mentioned by name in the judgment of Justice Krichler as an expert. I merely thought that it may be of some assistance because there were some questions yesterday during an objection. And who is Mr. Bruce? I think that,
he referred to what appears on page 3 of this exhibit, where he's described as the country as I think it must be one of the country's leading experts on issues related to the police use of force. But anyway, you've said what you said, but to be fair to the witness, let's focus on the question you were asking her so that she can give us a focused reply.
Yes. Do you agree with that statement?
Uyavumelana nalento ayibhale apha uBruce ukuba yathethwa ngumhlekazi uMthethwa.
In fairness, it should be pointed out to you that she was dealing with CIT heists, cash in transit heists. That's the context in which the statement was made.
Apha ke umgcinisihlalo uyamchazela ugeneral okokuba xa kuvela le ntetho lena kwakuthethwa ngaba ababamba inqwela lezi eziphatha imali ama-heist.
I think it's a statement that was made in context, and I wouldn't want to judge it. And can I reserve my opinion?
Uthi ugeneral apha kwakukho imeko eyayikhona ngelo xesha kuvela le ntetho engayazi okokuba yayinjani, ngako kuthanda okokuba angabi nampendulo kule nto.
Whatever the context may be, as National Commissioner, do you believe that in law is a policeman entitled to kill a criminal because he is a criminal?
Ndibuza njengomphathi ke wamapolisa uyakholelana okokubeni ipolisa lifanele okokuba lisibulale isikrelemnqa libulalele nje okokuba lisisigebenga.
I do not believe that police go out to kill people.
Andikholele into yokuba amapolisa asuka nje ahamba yobulala abantu ngaphandle kwesizathu.
Police.
Do you consider the reference, the police's task would be to take out some human rights charter? Not to take out some human rights. Do you regard that as a lack of respect for the rights that are in human rights charters?
Apha athetha khona ngokuba xa ipolisa lijongene nesigebenga
Is it ironic? Is it sarcastic? Do you subscribe to it?
Asinawusuka apho bese siyojonga okokuba i-human rights charter ithini. Uthi lento akukona na ukudelela amalungelo abhaliwe abanawo abantu empilo.
I've said in terms of that statement, given the context that was given there, I really would like to reserve my opinion.
Ndithe andinawuthanda okokuba ndiveze yami intetho ndingazi imeko eyayithethwa phantsi kwayo le ntetho ivezwe apha.
I must read this one. The second part of the statement is from the following effect. Now we are saying to the police that we ourselves have an obligation as well to strengthen the arm of these task forces so that they are able on the field to teach those people a lesson, to fight fire with fire. There is no other way on that.
Ongezeke umphathiswa
That is to be found on page 15 of the same document.
Ngoku ke thina sizama okokuba siniqinise amapolisa okokuba akwazi ukujongana nemeko ezinjengezi xa kuvele umlilo bawujonge ngomonye umlilo akukho enye indlela abangasebenza ngayo.
The field that's being spoken about appears to be the killing field, where criminals are killing law-abiding citizens.
Possibly the question was asked whilst I was interpreting, Mr. Chairperson, if it could be.
The passage that was put says they, that's the police, are able on the field to teach those people a lesson. I'm just pointing out that the field referred to is described in 2 sentences earlier as being the killing field where criminals are killing law-abiding citizens.
Uthetha lo nto umhlekazi okokuba apha kuthethwa khona ngefield kuthethwa apho kuhlangenwe khona apho kuye kubulawe ezizikrelemnqa kuthethwa ngazo apha.
Did you?
What is the chance to answer the question?
I've seen the paragraph. I haven't heard the question.
Ask the question again.
Do you agree with it?
Uyavumelana nale ntetho ivela apha?
I'm consistent with
There is no other way other than killing?
I'm consistent with my first answer. The context that sets out this, I see a paragraph, I see whatever. I really would like to reserve my opinion on this paragraph.
Ubuza loo nto umhlekazi uBhizo sokuba uyavumelana ke nale nto ethethwa apha uthi ugeneral njengoba benitshilo phambilini okokuba andiyazi imeko eyayithethwa ngaphantsi kwayo le nto ivele apha ngako ke andinawuba nampendulo mna kuyo.
This question of context, I'm going to put to you what we will argue, that you are actually not prepared to say anything that may be any form of criticism of any superior politician or any of your colleagues. The police can do no wrong in your mind, and you're not prepared to make any admission or condemnation on the behavior of any of them.
Ngafuphi nje intetho eveza ngumhlekazi uBhizos uthi bazawuthi bona ekugqibeleni babeke apha phambi kwekomishini okokuba ugeneral ubengazimisele ukuphendula nokuveza imibuzo ezawuphikisana nento ethethwa ngaba bangaphezulu kwakhe politicians ekanye amanye amapolisa akhe azama ukubonisa okokuba akukho nto errong abayenzayo.
Advocate, I cannot again disagree or contest your standpoint, but I would say I do not agree with what you're saying.
Andinakuyiphikisa into itshoyo ke apho kodwa ke manditsho kokuba mna ngokwami andivumelani nale nto ibeka ngayo lindlela.
Did you study before you accepted appointment or shortly thereafter, under what circumstances may a policeman kill a criminal?
Phambi kokuba uthathe appointment le onikwe yena isikhundle esi ubuke wayifunda yini into yokokuba kungaphansi kwemeko ezinjani apho ipolisa linegunya noma ilungelo lokuba lingabulala umuntu?
Before I took this appointment, really, I was just acquainting myself like any ordinary citizen.
Bendifunda nje ntanga njengawo wonke umhlali imithetho lengaphambi kokuba ndinikwe esi sikhundle.
Is a policeman expected, even though there is an armed suspect, to kill the suspect just because the suspect is armed? Have you read anywhere in the law what the duty of the policeman is under those circumstances?
Uke wafunda phansi ngomthetho kokuba xa kukho umuntu ohanelwa ukuba unompu apho uhlomile okokuba amapolisa analona igunya lokuba bamdubule bambulale ngenxa nje yokuba kuthiwa uhlomile?
I think you earlier on took me to a number of sections of the Constitution, our Act, to talk about rights to life, and I think those we respect. I think any other thing that police does, other than following the prescripts, circumstances predict what happens in that situation.
Uye wathi ke phambilini wandibuza izinto ezininzi eziphathelene nemithetho ethetha ngoku umgaqo siseko nenkambiso ebekiwe yamapolisa. Impendulo endinayo kokokuba ipolisa liza kwenziwa sisimo imeko elifumana liphansi kwayo ngelo xesha kokuba malisebenze ngeyiphi indlela.
To study it. Look,
Uthi
it's now
umminister.
11 o'clock, so perhaps it would be appropriate for you to give the witness the document that you're referring to, give her an opportunity to read the relevant passage, and perhaps after,
General
it's not fair to ask her the question.
akalifumani
She's had a chance to
olokhwepa
refresh
ukucela
her
okokuba
memory.
manganikezwe
Then
lona
you can
ngoku
resume
njengoba sizawuya
the-
etiyeni
your
akafumani
cross-examination
ixesha
after
lokuba
the
lifunde
teacher.
phambi kokuba
Would that
aphendule.
be in order? The Commission will now take the tea adjournment, and we have to better reassemble it.
Lixesha letiye ngoku sizawubuya emva kwexeshana.
Places.
I think we just need the pairs.
Morning. We would request that we extend the break for 10 minutes. We'll resume thereafter. Thanks. Bye.
Singameni yaqhubekeka commission.
Commission resumes. I understand that the Commissioner was delayed by urgent business to which he had to attend, and so that's why we're resuming late. But we understand in the circumstances that these problems arise. I see that the CASAC submission has now been handed to us. Presumably we should give it an exhibit number, should we?
Yes,
if it's going to be referred to.
It will be F16.
Thank you.
We have given.
Chair,
We've put a
should
copy before the witness.
Let's ask Ms. Pillay. I hope forgive me if I say I prefer her views on what the exhibit number should be to yours. Yes, Ms. Pillay.
It should be F17, Chair.
F17.
Sorry.
All right. Well, that saves us embarrassment. Thank you very much. Before I remind the Commissioner, the National Commissioner, that she's under oath, I want to say something. I'm informed that the family members will be leaving today during lunchtime for the Easter holidays, and they'll be rejoining us on the 16th of April. We wish them a safe journey back home and a blessed Easter holiday.
Uthi ke uvile ke usihlalo into kuba namhlanje insapho ziyahamba zibuyele emakhaya bayotya ke iPasika nensapho zabo bayawubuya ngomhla ka16 kaApril ucela ke niyonwabele iPasika nisikeleleke kuhambo lwenu.
We understand that they make great personal sacrifices to come here to be present at the sittings of the Commission, and we understand their reasons for doing so and respect them for that.
Uthi ke uyaliqonda idini enilenzayo njengentsapho lokuba nize kule commission uyayincoma ke lonto leyo.
National Commissioner, you are still under oath?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Bezos, I take it you want to question the National Commissioner now about passages in Exhibit F17.
Yes. Thank you. Commissioner, before you there is the document, Exhibit F17. Have you had an opportunity of reading the paragraphs that we asked the person, I think the interpreter, have you had an opportunity of reading paragraphs 7 to 10?
Phambi kwakho kukho liqephu libizwa F17 siye sacela ke itoliki kunike bama ufunde ufumene ithuba lokufunda pha usuka ku paragraph 7 uyotsho ku 10.
Is that pages 11? Is that page 11?
19.
19. Oh, I see. Is it another chapter?
Yes, chapter 5, existence of an unlawfulness of doctrine of maximum force.
Yes, I see.
Section.
Right, you're ahead of me in National Committee. You got to the relevant passage before I did. Is that right?
Yes, I'm on the right page.
Let's all stay there. Carry on, Mr. B.
Have you had an opportunity of reading paragraph 7 to 10?
Advocate, I've tried to use my Kesari speed
But under
reading.
pressure.
Yeah.
Well, what we are going to say is that the use of force must correspond to the seriousness of the situation in relation to Standing Order 262 at 11.3. Should use force be unavoidable, it must meet the following requirements. And I want to go through the requirements with you. It must be proportional to the threat, on top of page 20. You see that?
Yes, as we see that.
uthi ke funeke ilingane indlela abathi bona baphindise ngayo ilingane nesigrogriso eso siphambi kwabo.
Now, if we deal with Marikana, we have the following situation in relation to the 16th. 34 dead, 84 injured, most of them on the upper part of their body. The police version is that they shot them in self-defense.
Into esiyaziyo xa sijonge kupha eMarikana bakwasweleka abantu abayi-34 aba-84 kubo bonzakala uninzi babenzakale apha ngaphezulu emntla emzimbeni.
Having regard to those injuries and the absence of any injury on any police officer, the action of the police was proportional.
Njengoba kuthiwa uninzi labo bantu babonzakela apha ngaphezulu apha emzimbeni, xa ujonga into bakho nomnye wepolisa owenzakalayo ungathi izenzo zamapolisa yayinto eyayilingene imeko yayilapho.
My response would be in two parts.
Ndiyakuphendula ngandlela mbini.
We are on record in my statement and in our submission that indeed police were acted in self-defense.
Kwintetho endiyenzileyo ke nakubaxwebhu ethu nditsho into yokuba amapolisa isenzo sabo yaba kukuzikhusela.
On the issue of proportionality,
xa ndiza kulo mba ke ngoku ukwenza ngendlela efanelekileyo,
I am hoping that the debates from the experts and from the commanders and the outcome of this commission would give a judgment on that. I am not qualified and I don't feel comfortable to give an answer on the proportionality matter.
Asithetha ke ngoku ngemba wokuba indlela efanelekileyo benza ngayo bakhona ke ukhomanda bazawuza kulo ngxoxo neziphumo ezathi zenzeka ke nale commission lapha into bano izawuthi egqibeleni uba yintoni kodwa mna ngokunokwama nawukwazi uyithetha into lolu hlobo.
Don't the figures mean anything to you, Commissioner?
La manani awathethi into kuwe?
Is it a miracle or an act of God that not a single scratch on any of the few hundred policemen and so many deaths and so many injuries, and you say that that is still proportional?
Ngummangaliso kanye sisenzo sikaThixo na ukubona uba kwakungekho nepolisi elinye elali nomkrwelo na.
Answer, National Commissioner. Mr. Semenya has an objection.
Well, the witness has not said it was proportional.
Declined to answer. She says it's really a matter beyond her competence to say it was proportional. And she leaves it, I didn't she say so in terms, but leaves it for counsel's argument and then for the report of the commission. I understand that to be her attitude. And the commanders too. So the commander's going to be questioned about this, I take it. There's going to be argument, and we will then have to give a finding.
I
and her point, as I understand her, is to say, well, I'm not really able to express an opinion on that, and accordingly, I'm not able to answer the question. So you can't then say that she says it was proportional, because she specifically doesn't say whether it's proportional or not.
Am I not entitled to ask her, as a high-ranking officer in the police force, as to whether there is, on the face of it, any sign of proportionality? I'm surely entitled to test how she believes the situation.
You're entitled to answer that question, but we must listen carefully to her answer before we carry on.
Chairperson, sorry, I don't want to barge into this, but our position on this particular objection is that if the witness says that the police acted in self-defense, that in itself embraces the element of proportionality, because self-defense is the proportional attack on
response to a threat.
Yes, to
threat
the
or
attacker.
attack.
Correct. Thank you, Chairperson.
Perhaps you can perhaps revisit the question from the angle suggested by Mr. Mpofu.
The defense of the police is that they acted in self-defense. That was that their lives were in immediate danger. This is why they shot the people and killed so many and wounded so many.
As
an intelligent head of the police, does it not appear to be strange to you that there wasn't a single scratch on any policeman and such a heavy death number result and injuries? This is the question. As an individual, make an honest answer. Tell us, do you feel that there is any substance in the self-defense story?
Njengoba kuthiwa ke ngokubona amapolisa baye bonzakalisa kwaye babulala abantu abaninzi kodwa kukho zange kube khona omnye wabo onomkrwelo okanye wenzakileyo lonto na ayikothusi na ndicela nempendulo ozawunika yona unyaniseke.
You are saying whether there is substance in the argument of police for self-defense. I say it is our submission that the police were defending themselves. Yes, there is substance.
The question is, how did they manage not to have a single scratch if there was this attack that they describe? Please come to terms with the question.
Umbuzo ukuba ke ngokuba bebezikhusela kutheni xa behlaselwa bona kungekho nomnye wabo wayenomkrwelo.
I do want to say the police are trained.
Ndifuna ukuthi amapolisa akaqeqeshiwe.
And the police do their work professionally, and I think it is those type of elements that assisted them to be able to do their work in that manner.
Kwaye ke ngabantu abenza umsebenzi ngobuchule ilonto ke banceda into babakwazi ukwenza umsebenzi wabo ngalondlela.
You think you've answered the question?
Ucimba umbuzo uphendulile?
I have answered to the best of my ability the way I understood the question.
Well, we will leave it at that and argue that you are an example of the attitude that I'm not prepared to admit that the police did anything wrong. And I will, nothing that you place before me will change my mind. Am I correct in that?
Kuzawutsho ke ungxoxo-mpikiswano into yokuba khonto ofuna uyithetha ezobonisa into yokuba okanye yenza ichaphaza kumapolisa ndithetha inyani xa nditshoyo kwaye khonto uzophinda uyithethe ezawundenza uba ndikholelwe kwinto oyithethayo.
Advocate, that's the conclusion you are coming to.
Yinto ke ngoku wena
You would come to a conclusion.
I personally do not agree with your conclusion, but I cannot make you change your conclusion.
Mna ke andinawutshintsha kule nto uyigqibileyo ke kodwa ke mna ngokunokwam andivumelani nawe.
You see that the heading of this article is the existence and unlawfulness of the doctrine of maximum force.
Uyabona isihloko kukungabikho semthethweni ke kokusetyenziswa kwamandla agqithisileyo.
Yes, I do.
Ewe
You
ndiyayibona.
know of any law in the South African Constitution, in any act, or in any order where maximum force is defined or directing when it may be used?
Kukhona umthetho okanye apha kumgaqo-siseko apho kuchazwa khona amandla agqithisileyo kuba funeka asetyenziswe xa kutheni na.
Not to my current visible knowledge, unless I am shown otherwise.
Yes.
Andinalo lwazi ke lwayo nto leyo ngaphandle ba ndingaboniswa enye into engenye.
You would agree that, to your personal knowledge, maximum force, in terms of paragraph 8, is not consistent with the principles set out in the above laws in SAP's standing orders. Would you agree with that?
Ukusetyenziswa kwamandla agqithisileyo ke ngokuya kwe-standing order yona ukusetyenziswa kwalo mandla azihambisani nemithetho leyo ye-standing order ye-SAPS.
May I request you to again phrase that statement that you are asking me to indicate whether I agree or not agree with?
I'm sorry.
Ubeke ngamanye amazwi ke ungathi xa unibuza uba ndiyavumelana okanye andivumelani nayo na.
I'll read you the paragraph that I read. Maximum force is not consistent with the principles set out in the above laws or in SAP's standing orders.
Ukusetyenziswa kwamandla agqithisileyo ahambisani ke nemithetho ekho
Maximum force is
ye-SAPS.
something, an expression made up by the police as an excuse for killing people. But it's not in any law. That's what I'm putting to you.
Into endiyithetha kuwe ke kule nto yokusetyenziswa kwamandla agqithileyo sisizathu ze abanaso amapolisa abasebenzisayo ukufihla le nto ukuba babulala abantu.
I have said that our protocols are clear, and we operate according to our protocols. What you are referring to say police is maximum force is something that is used by police to find an excuse to kill people. I haven't seen it in any of our legislation.
Isn't that the defense of the police in this issue, in this commission? That we acted in self-defense, we used maximum force in order to save our lives.
Ayinto ayitshoyo
Isn't that
amapolisa.
your defense?
Ayindlela eniziphendulela ngayo okanye enizikhusela ngayo into yokuba siye sasebenzisa amandla agqithileyo ngoba besizikhusela.
Advocate, it
defense-
doesn't have a lot of
Chair.
the frills that you are
Chair.
mentioning.
National Commissioner, before you carry on, Mr. Semenya is objecting. Yes, Mr. Semenya?
The defense of the South African Police Service in this commission is that such force as was used was in self-defense. We have never said we were using maximum force. I don't know what that means.
Utakayazi
Mr.
ngoba
Bezos,
bona
can you
bathi
point to anything in either the opening statement or Exhibit L or any other document from which it appears that the defense advanced or to be advanced by the police in these proceedings is based on the doctrine of maximum force? Because that's essentially what you're putting to her.
Yes.
Mr. Semenya says that that's not their defense. But if you've got something to show that it is, then perhaps you must let us see it.
kuthiwa uba kumaxwebhu ikhona indawo ethi bona ngokuzikhusela kwabo amapolisa babesebenzisa amandla agqithisileyo makasibonise yona yena usenior counsel uGeorge Bezos.
This is the August 17 meter statement.
It can never say that.
Just allow the question if you can point to something, but if
Yes.
you can't, then I think I will have
Yes,
to.
the statement by the witness herself
August 17.
on the 17th, in the second last paragraph, Exhibit F5, Police
On page-
retreated
on page?
systematically and were forced to utilize maximum force to defend themselves.
Yes, I hear you reading it. Where is it in the statement?
It's on the second page of exhibit, an ultimate paragraph of exhibit triple F5. Her own words.
Yes, I see.
I accept that
National Commissioner, you,
I've seen it.
you see triple F5,
Ndivumele.
page 2, 3 lines from the foot. Police were forced to utilize maximum force to defend themselves. That's the passage upon which Mr. Bezos relies. So perhaps you can repeat the question so that she can give a focused answer.
Yes, this is the defense of the police in this case, despite the objection by my learned friend that the police never used those words. You used them in your statement.
Nangona ke esutshweni senior counsel simenye into amapolisa ngabasebenzisi lo magama kodwa ke uNational Commissioner kuthiwa yena kwintetho kwistatement sakhe uwasebenzisile lo magama.
But what is the question?
Phinde umbuzo ke uthini?
Sorry, are you asking a question?
Yes, you made a statement. I'm still waiting for the question.
Sanile nombuzo ke.
Let's repeat the question. I asked you whether you knew anything about maximum force. You said you knew nothing about it. And my learned friend, in order to, well, never mind, my learned friend objected that the police never used the word maximum force as part of their defense. And what I am telling you now is that in your own statement, you used the word maximum force, and the objection is therefore not supported by the facts. The question to you is, why did you use the term maximum force if it was not part and parcel of the police's defense?
Ukuba ke amapolisa ekuzikhuseleni zange basebenzisa amandla awagqitheleleyo okanye agqithisiweyo kutheni kwintetho yakho usebenzise amagama anjalo?
Advocate, I will still go back to what I said, and I think it constitutes my response to you.
Awubuyela kule nto bendithethile ngoba inika impendulo endinike yona.
I have said the police acted in self-defense.
Isenzo samapolisa yayingesisenzo sokuzikhusela.
National Commissioner, do you not understand the question?
Maybe I don't.
You used the word forced to utilize maximum force. Did you use those words?
Usebenzisa amagama athi banyanzeleka into yokuba basebenzisa amandla agqithisileyo, wawasebenzisa amagama anjalo na wawathetha amagama anjalo?
It is in my statement. Yes,
did you use the words?
Yes, I did.
Next question. Where did you get the expression from, maximum force? What law or what order did you get the words from?
La magama athi amandla agqithisiweyo wawathatha phi kophi umthetho okanye imiyolelo?
This is a media statement, and not all the words that are sitting here are sitting in laws.
Please answer the question. Where did you get the words from?
It is my answer to you to say the
you
words that are sitting here.
Just give her a chance to answer, please.
Yeah, it is my answer to you to say the police use that maximum force in self-defense. And the words that are sitting in this statement, which is a media statement, are not necessarily sitting in any legislation. Some may be, some not.
No, I'm afraid, National Commissioner, that's not really an answer to the question. The question was, where did you get the words from? I understand your answer, but the question is, where did you get the words from?
Certainly, these are English words. They don't come from any legislation.
Akubuzwa ke ngoku ba uwathatha phi la magama uNational Commissioner uthi ngamagama esingesi anga akho mthetho athathwa kuwo.
The Minister, Mr. Nati Mtetwa, at a time when he was the Minister of Safety or Security, and now is still Minister of Police, which is the same ministry, isn't he?
Correct, sir.
Ewe kunjalo esengumphathiswa wezokhuseleko xa esemapoliseni.
In an interview with the Weekend Argus in July 2009, we are saying in dangerous situations we will be flexible so that the police can use maximum force.
Uthi ke ngexesha wayenodliwe nendlebe ke ndatheli ngo-2009 ngoJuly.
In full, I only have it
Sorry to interrupt you.
summarized.
Are you
but the
quoting
document-
again from paragraph 10 on page 20 of Exhibit FFF 17?
Precisely, Mr. Chairman, I'll continue
I think in
reading
fairness,
it.
to the witness, she must get an opportunity to look at
Let
it.
me read it. We are saying in such dangerous situations we'll be flexible so that the police can use maximum force without these surprises happening. When criminals shoot the police, they boast about that, while the police are here to protect the public and to protect the property of the country. As long as Section 49 is there, these criminals will have a full day, said Mr. Mtetwa. You aware of that statement having been made by our minister?
Chairperson,
I'm not.
Chairperson,
And
Mr. Semenya?
we have followed the footnote Annexure B there, which is referenced to that statement. When we go to the link which is identified there, this quote does not exist at all.
I'm sorry, what page of Exhibit FFF 17 are you referring to?
That quotation, it ends with a footnote 40 there.
Yes.
In square brackets says Annexure B. When we go to Annexure B, with that link, that quotation does not exist in the document.
Yes, I see that. Yes, Mr. Bezos, you see, if you look at page 35, there's footnote 39, and then there's a gap, and then there's footnote 41. Now, there appears to be a problem or something.
Just tell him that investigate this and move to the next.
uthi ke usenior counsel Semenya le nto kuthiwa ibhalwe apha xa besiya kule footnote ibhalwe 40 kuyo ayifumaneki okanye la mazwi athethwa apha awafumaneki.
That's not there.
This footnote is missing.
Yes.
So we'll investigate.
We'll investigate that, Mr. Chairman. We will go to the person that wrote it. There may be an explanation which we cannot.
Until that's cleared up, it's not fair to put to the witnesses a statement made by the Minister in respect to which there appears to be a question
Further
mark.
cross-examination.
Yes, I understand.
Akazobuza umbuzo ke loo nto ngoba uzofumana ingcaciso
Page
oqala kule nto ubhaleleyo.
24 of FFF 14, we find the following. There must be a good appreciation. We'll just want to find the passage because I have it in notes and I want to find it in the document, Mr. Chairman.
Silapha ku FFF 14 paper ngo-24.
To the passage
Let me
allegedly
read
made
it
on the
from my
8th of
notes.
July 2011,
Yes.
which is in the fourth paragraph on page 24.
Yes, that's where we are. Yes, let me read it from there. There must be a good appreciation of the distinction between the need to use maximum force against violent criminals and minimum force in dealing with fellow citizens. Are you aware that the Minister made such a statement?
unolwazi uba umphathiswa wenza intetho ethi kufuneka uba kumahluko phakathi kwamandla asetyenziswa kwabophula ababophula umthetho besebenzisa udushe namandla ancitshiswe asebenza kubanye abahlali.
No, I'm not aware.
Andinalwazi ngalo.
Yes. If he did use maximum force as you did it, what did you mean by maximum force?
Ukuba usebenzise lamagamathi amandla ke o agqithisileyo njengoba wenze njalo nawe uthetha ntoni ngamandla ke agqithisileyo?
I will not be able to talk for the minister, but I, in my statement, was saying the police had to use the necessary force to defend themselves.
Andizothethela ke umphathiswa kodwa ke mthe anyanzeleke kuba sebenzise lo mandla amapolisa agqithisileyo ngoba ukwenzela ezokwazi
They were forced to utilize maximum force. What did you mean by maximum force? You used the words. What did you mean?
Wawuthetha ntoni ngamandla agqithisileyo ngoba nguwe owasebenzisa lo mazwi?
I've just answered to say the context I used was to say they must use the necessary force to defend themselves. That's what I meant.
Into ndandithetha into bafuneke ngokubasebenzise amandla ke ngokufanelekileyo ukuba bazikhusele.
Doesn't it mean in police circles maximum force kill them?
Awuthetha amandla agqithisileyo akuthethi na ukuba emapoliseni babulaleni?
That is not my answer to you. My answer to you is for them to use the necessary force to defend themselves.
Impendulo yami leyo ndithe ukuba basebenzise amandla ke ngoko afanelekileyo hayi ukuba babulale.
Advocate, my answer to you is that they should use the necessary force to defend themselves. You may not like my answer, but that's my answer to you.
Nokuba kuyithanda imelo yami ke ndithi ke funeka basebenzise amandla angafanelekileyo ukuba bazikhusele.
Are there requirements of what is necessary force?
Ikhona into ezifunekayo okanye ezichazayo ukuba amandla afanelekileyo ngawaphi na?
The only requirements we can use are the prescripts that we have, the standing orders, the legislation that this country has. Those are the requirements we use.
Ke ngoku into esizilandelayo imimiselo yethu kunye ne-standing order nemithetho yethu.
Is there one law for criminals and another law for citizens as far as the police are concerned in the force that they are entitled to use?
Kumandla asetyenziswa amapolisa ukhona omnye umthetho ke othetha ngabophula umthetho kube khomnye othetha ngabahlali?
No.
Hayi.
You took an active part in the planning of what happened in Marikana.
Wathatha inxaxheba kwisicwangciso esenziwa ngalanto eyenzeka phaa eMarikana.
Perhaps what would help me to respond is to say what active part means.
Mhlawumbi into ezawunceda ndiphendule ukuba undixelele uba ngeyiphi le nxaxheba ke okanye indima endayidlalayo.
You were the national commissioner and you had a responsibility
National Commissioner bunoxanduva
to lead any police action
lokukhokhela izenzo zamapolisa
to take place on the 16th.
Ngezinto ezazisenzeka okanye ezaziza kwenzeka nge-16.
Yes, I am the national commissioner. Yes, I take overall responsibility for police.
You attended
Ewe, ndi-national commissioner kwaye ndithatha uxanduva ke kulokhokhela amapolisa.
You attended a meeting on the 13th in the evening at Marikana.
Waya ke kwintlanganiso nge-13 ngokuhlwa phaa eMarikana.
Yes, I did.
Ewe, ndayenza loo nto.
Was it the 20th?
Are you not going to accept what she's accepted?
It's already. It was the Monday that the same
That
day
was the 13th.
the incident took place on the field near the railway line,
Yes.
where 2 policemen were killed and I think another
On
wounded,
what day were
and
you
certain
at the
civilians
meeting
killed.
in Marikana in order to to discuss Mr. Scott's plan.
Ngeli xesha wawupha eMarikana ke uniyoxoxa ngomba weplan yaka Mhlekazi Scott kwakungolesingaphi?
I was never in a meeting where I was discussing Mr. Scott's plan.
Zange ngike ndibe kwintlanganiso apho kwangundandicokola ngeplan yaka Mr. Scott's.
Understanding was her evidence is that when she was told of what happened on the field by the railway line, she, with the killing of 2 policemen, wounding of another, and killing of civilians and so on, she then went to Marikana.
Yes, on the 13th.
That was on the Monday the 13th.
Yes.
As far as I can recall, Lieutenant Scott's plan was only formulated thereafter. I could be wrong on that, but that's my recollection.
Let me try to get clarity. Was there a meeting on the evening of the 13th which you attended at Marikana?
Uke wangena ngokuhlwa nge-13 intlanganiso eyayipha eMarikana waya kuyo?
Yes, I have.
Ndayenza loo nto.
Who else was there?
Kuba nomnye wayelapho.
I have indicated in my statement. We can go to that.
Ndichazile phaa kwi-statement singaya kuso ke.
Tell us, please.
Awusixelele nceda.
I would need some time to go there.
Ndiyawucela ke undiphe ithuba loba ndihambe ndiyofunda kwi-statement eso.
Let's get to his statement. Yes, it's paragraph. From paragraph 14 on, are those the people? General Mbombo?
No, it's from paragraph 12.
Not paragraph 14.
I would like to read it from paragraph 12.
Paragraph 12.
Yes.
On the 13th of August 2012, at about 15,000 or much later, I received a call from the Provincial Commissioner of the Northwest, Lieutenant General Mbombo. She informed me that in the week before the 13th of August 2012, a situation had developed in Marikana, and more particularly at Lone Min Platinum Mines, which claimed the lives of 4 people, including 2 security guards. This necessitated the deployment of more police officers to keep the peace. She advised me that violence has escalated, resulting in further deaths of 5 people. These casualties included 4 people, 2 police officers. I regarded the information that had been given to me by General Mbombo as sufficiently grave to cause me to travel to Marikana. I left Marikana on the same day, accompanied by the Provincial Commissioner of Gauteng, General Mzwandile Petrus, and we arrived at around 18 hours. We met with Lieutenant General Mbombo, Major General Mpembe, Brigadier Kalitz, the operational commander at the time, and I have indicated in my verbal submission here that because it was at the Chok, there could have been other people.
Into ebethethayo ke ngoku ngokufutshane into yokuba ngala mini ke nge-13 ngentsimbi yesithathu kanye emva koko waya ke ngoku yena phayana eMarikana ekhatshwa ngu-Provincial Commissioner waseRhawutini uGeneral Mzwandile Petros.
It may cut things short if I point out
yes, I think
that
paragraph
she says,
25,
yes,
I think, is
yes,
the...
Paragraph 25.
Yes, I was going to...
She says that that talks about, paragraph 25 talks about the 16th.
Yes.
The relevant paragraph here, I think, is paragraph 20, where she says that she, about 11 o'clock that night, she met operational officers at the Jock. She got an overview, emphasized the importance of ensuring efforts made to prevent further loss of life-destructive property, urged them to seek assistance from other SAPS units, and then she left. And then that's around about 11 o'clock on the evening of the 13th. If you look at Exhibit L, slide 64,
yes,
it appears that the operational plan was finalized the following day, i.e. on the 14th.
yes.
So the question you asked requires revision in the light of that.
Thank you for the assistance. I will... Was what was to be done discussed on the evening or night of the 13th?
Into kwakufuneka yenziwe ke yaxoxwa ngobusuku bange-13.
When you say what was to be done, what are you referring to?
Xa uthetha ngento kwakufuneka yenziwe uthetha
Was
ngantoni?
there discussion on the evening of the 13th of what was the plan to be done in order to deal with the problems of Marikana miners gathering on the copy? Was there discussion on the evening of the 13th?
Kwakukho ke ingxoxo yabanjwa ngesicwangciso ofuneka senziwe apho kwakuzosonjulwa le ngxaki ngoku iyapha eMarikana.
The evening of the 13th did not discuss the plan.
You didn't discuss the plan. Did you
Nge-13
discuss it on any other day before the 16th?
ikhona enye imini ke naxoxa ngayo ngaphambi kwe-16 ngesicwangciso?
No.
Hayi.
You didn't see it?
No.
Hayi.
Not before the 16th?
No.
Hayi ngaphambi
You didn't
kwe-16.
approve of it?
It is not a question of approving because I have delegated authorities to those in command who are in operations to be able to do so.
Hayi indaba yokuba funeka loo nto
Did you
funeke
not see the plan before the 16th?
I said, yes, I have not seen it.
ndithe ewe andikazange ke ndiyibone.
So the plan was implemented without you having any knowledge of what the police plan was.
Ngoko isicwangciso sabo bayenza loo nto wena ungenalo ulwazi into yoba babecwangcise ntoni na.
Indeed, because the delegated authority,
Ewe
in terms
ngokuba
of my powers, is in the right hands for those people who are in charge of operations to be able to do what they are supposed to do. It
To
is
whom
expected
did you
of them.
delegate your authority?
My authority is first and foremost delegated to the provincial commissioner of this province, who in turn has the responsibility to delegate authority to
Ujeke.
other people.
umuntu endandimtyumbile ke ngulo wayenegunya njenge-commissioner yephondo onokwazi ukuthi anawo amandla negunya ukuba akwazi ukutyumba ukubani funeke enze ntoni na.
And furthermore, my authority is also delegated to the divisional commissioners that are specialists and experts in doing particular things. And they equally have the responsibility to delegate to their subcommanders.
Kukhona abo ke ngoku commander be-division nabo abazincutshe bakwazi ukuthi nabo bathumele abanye ukuba benze umsebenzi.
We have no doubt that you have power of delegation, but do you accept responsibility for what the people that you delegated authority did?
Uyatsho ke ngoku nawe uyabandakanyeka na kunto eyenzwa kanye izigqibo ezathathwa ngaba bantu ubatyumbileyo abathumela?
The Constitution does say I have the responsibility to manage and control the service, and I do manage and control the entire service.
Umgaqo seko uyatsho ke into yokubana ndiyalawula ndiphathe apha ke ngoku kwezobupolitiko.
The question was, do you accept responsibility for what your subordinates do or don't do?
Wena uyamkela nawe uba uyachaphazeleka kwinto eyenziwa okanye izigqibo ezithathwa ngabantu abasebenza ngaphantsi kwakho na?
Yes, I do.
Ewe.
Thank you. You take responsibility for any act or omission that may have been performed by the South African police in relation to the events of the 16th of
Ubhekisele
August.
kwizenzo ze-16 kuyo yonke into ethe amapolisa yenza okanye abasilela ukuyenza nawe uyabandakanyeka na kuloo nto?
I'm going to qualify my response. I've already answered you on the responsibility part, and my qualification is this. The service employs 200,000 members, and it is not a monolithic block. It is made up of individuals who know that they have responsibilities to carry. So at any given time, as I accept the responsibility, I also, in a matrix fashion, look at the roles of the individuals. And even in our submission, we talk right at the beginning, our opening statement, attest to that matter, to say there is discipline, there is individual responsibility within a collective. So that matrix relationships is very crucial as I address my taking responsibility and overall control of this organization.
Ndiyatsho ke njengoba kuqeshwe abasebenzi bamapolisa banga 200,000 nditshilo into yokuba omnye wabo nabo banoxanduva ebefuneka babe nalo kwaye ndijonga uba yintoni indima okanye umsebenzi omnye nomnye wawo lo mapolisa ngakumbi ke xa kuswa kwindlela yokuziphatha.
You had made yourself a party to what your force, in your language, were doing at Marikana.
I didn't hear you.
Pardon?
I didn't hear you, sir.
Ndikuvanga.
I didn't hear the question.
You didn't get the question. Perhaps both of us should speak a bit more loudly so that we can communicate. You yourself, your capacity as National Commissioner, took a personal interest in what was happening in Marikana.
Wena ke kusikhundla soku ba I commissioner wabonisa umdla ngalento yenzeka pha eMarikana na.
It is true, Advocate.
Nyani.
And we are not talking about whether you would be responsible for an act done by a sergeant in the Western Cape, for instance, which is outside your area. I'm sorry, what happened in near Pretoria at a police station on matters that you knew nothing about.
Asithethi into yokuba nawe uzaba noxanduva okanye uchaphazele kwinto eyenziwa nguSergeant ngasePretoria ngento ongenalwazi ngazo.
I think that was a little bit long. I didn't understand what I have to answer.
Ndicamba le nto uyithethileyo ibe into ende kakhulu ngandiyazi uba ndikuphendule njani kanye ndithini.
What Mr. Bezos is saying is that if something happens in the Western Cape or in Pretoria, but you don't know anything about it, that's one thing. But he says the word he used were what would you use? You were a party to, I think, is the word you used, Mr. Bezos. Is that right, Mr. Bezos? Did you say you said so she was a party to something?
Yes.
What exactly was the phrase you used?
Yes, she took part in the discussions and kept abreast of the operation.
So he suggests that your responsibility is different, where you've taken part in discussions and taken an interest in a particular operation.
May I make it quite
is that
clear
your question?
that she was not a mere bystander.
Well, you've heard that now. He says you were not a mere bystander. You took part in the discussions and you took an interest in what was happening, and therefore he suggests that you had a different kind of responsibility from what would be the case if some sergeant did something at a police station outside Pretoria. That's the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ayithethayo ke into yokuba kwinto yepha eMarikana ifana nezinye apho anganolwazi ngezenzo ezenziwa ngamapolisa kodwa kuleya ngenxa uba uye wathatha inxaxheba naye benokwazi ukuthi aphendule kwinto enjalo.
I would argue differently, and my argument would be this. You oppositely referred to my role as the National Commissioner who manages and controls the organization, and I agreed to that. I also have said through my delegated authority, my tentacles goes right down to the last sweeper in the organization. So I am connected to the organization. The delineation you're trying to make does confuse me a bit, because even the matters that you're mentioning, I am linked to through the same principle that I've mentioned earlier on of my connectivity with the sweeper.
Uthi ngenxa naye kusikhundla sakhe esiphezulu elawula apha kunabantu abatyumbayo abangaphansi kwakhe abathumelayo nakulena ke ngokuba njalo nakule yemeko ezithi akanalwazi ngezenzo zakhona isafana nakulo nto naxa kunjalo. Ke uthi uyanibhida ngale nto uyithethayo.
National Commissioner, I have a document before me, a statement of one Duncan George Scott, which has not yet been put in, Mr. Chairman, which has been put in, but not yet.
Put in as exhibit, but when we came
needs
on
an
the
exhibit
podium
number.
this morning, we were given, it was one of the documents that was on the table
It needs
before
an
us.
exhibit number.
Triple F18, Ms. Pillay?
That's correct, Chair.
So I'm correct in saying this hasn't been an exhibit before.
It hasn't been marked as an exhibit before.
Right. So this will be marked as exhibit triple F18. Has the witness got a copy?
Yes.
Would you please turn to paragraph 6 on page 4 and please read it out loud and clear for all to hear.
After the initial police briefing, the National Commissioner and a delegation went to a meeting with the Lonmin management. Thereafter, the National Commissioner's delegation returned and a second meeting was held that evening at 23 hours with the operational officers. It was generally accepted that the situation had escalated with increasing loss of life, and it was necessary to develop a coordinated strategy to resolve the situation.
Read paragraph 7, please.
Emva kwenhlanganiso ke ingxelo yoqala ikhutshwa uCommissioner uNational Commissioner kunye neqela lakhe baba inhlanganiso nabaphathi baseLonmin emva konke ngoku elo qela lathunywe nguye la yakunhlanganiso sibini yayibanjwa ngo11 ebusuku uthi kwamkelwa into ba imeko iye iba ngomasimaqonga abanye babeqhubekeka ngokuphulukana nobomi babo kwaye kwakufuneka indlela ebuchule yokusombulula ke lo meko.
It was discussed that in hostage release operations, the STF would always use dialogue first through the sub-hostage negotiators before opting to resolve a situation with a tactical option, and recommended that the same course of action be utilized here, namely that the protesters first be engaged by sub-hostage negotiators to enable them to seek peaceful resolution before moving to an intervention to enforce the law. This strategy, if successful, would diffuse the situation without a need for a tactical intervention and allow for a peaceful resolution.
Kwaxoxa into kuba ke apho kukho i-hostage aba-STF bazawuthi bathethathane bancedisa ke ngoku abase-SAP esebenza uthethathano ukuba bazosombulula ingxaki uthi ke ngoku loo nto kwakufuneka isetyenziswe apha kule meko leyo kwakufuneka kuthethwe kuqala nabaqhankqalazi ukwenzela kuzofuna isombululo ke ngoku soxolo ngaphambi kokuba kuzongenelela ke ngokumthetho kuthiwa ke ngoku elo buchule obo babuzawuphumelela ekwazini ukuba budambise loo meko.
I will read part of paragraph 8. The next day, Tuesday, the 14th of August, Major General Arundale implemented the hostage negotiation concept and called in the SAPS crisis negotiators to engage with the protesters. During the early hours of the morning on Tuesday, the 14th of August, 2012, I carried out a site visit of the area with Sinclair from Lonmin Mine for orientation purposes. From 5:30, I started working on an operational strategy which would provide the operational concept for deployments over the next 3 days, as approved by the senior command of the JOC. Now, lapses of memory are not unusual in proceedings such as that we are engaged in. Had you forgotten about your meeting on Monday evening and the decisions that were taken there earlier on when you denied that you took part in any meeting?
Busakhumbula ngenhlanganiso wawukuyo ngokuhlwa kwange 13 nezigqibo ke ngoku ezathathwayo apho.
And you denied that to discuss the plan.
Waye wakhanyela into yokuba esicwangciso niye naxoxa ngaso.
I'm not sure that question is quite fair in the circumstances. what paragraph 7 that you've read says is there was a discussion about what was called the peaceful resolution. And it was said that the strategy, if successful, would diffuse the situation without the need for tactical intervention. In the next paragraph, which you read, Colonel Scott says that he started working on the operational strategy from 5:30 the next morning. That obviously relates to the tactical intervention or to which he refers in the previous paragraph.
But the middle of paragraph 8, working on an operational strategy which provides the operational concept for deployments over the next 3 days as approved by the senior command of the JOC.
Yeah? So what does that mean?
It could only have happened the previous night.
What happened the previous night?
The discussion about the plan.
Well, the discussion appears from the previous paragraph to be that they decided that they'd try to have a peaceful resolution, and thereafter it would appear, on the next day, the operational strategy started being worked on from 5:30 the next morning. So there wasn't an operational strategy at all until after Mr. Scott had worked it out, Colonel Scott had worked it out, and he only started working at 5:30. So I'm not sure that the question, the way as you framed it, is necessarily fair. I'm not saying you can't ask questions on these paragraphs. Obviously you can, but I think that it does appear that the operational strategy didn't exist by midnight on the 13th and only started being worked on at 5:30 the next morning. But anyway, let's perhaps you can take it further from there. But I don't think the question, the way you originally framed it, was entirely
The basic
correct.
design was agreed to the night before if the 3 paragraphs are read together, Mr. Chair.
That's dangerous.
The way to do it is to put to the witness that's the way you read it and ask her whether she agrees and take it from
Do
there.
you agree? Do you agree that there was discussion, what was to happen in the next 3 days during your meetings of the evening and night of the 30th? Of the 13th?
13 nabamba ingxoxo into yoba kwiintsuku ezilandelayo ezintathu kuzofuneka kwenzeke ntoni na.
I don't agree.
Anivumelani nawo.
Basic design was negotiate. Where is the Scott plan?
Yes.
Pursue peaceful resolution. That doesn't work. Tactical intervention.
Were the following words used during your discussions the night before? A basic design, negotiate,
Pursue peaceful resolution. Pursue a peaceful resolution.
pursue a peaceful resolution, and if that fails, a tactical intervention. Were those words used during that night?
Kuba busuku kwakubanjwa intlanganiso kwasityisa amagama anje ngalo gqiba wachaza kufana naphakathi nokuthethathethano nesombululo ke ngosoxolo okanye indlela yokungenelela yobuchule ukuba ezi azisebenzi na.
I think it is important to note that in a conversation such as that one, where there is in verbatim recording, it is very difficult to remember as you put the matters. But I can say issues around a peaceful negotiation have always been top of our mind. And we discussed that. And I can say at that evening, we continue to talk about a peaceful resolution.
Nangona kunzima xa kwimeko ezinjalo ukhumbula amanye amagama kodwa ke into yokuba kubekho isisombululo soxolo yayinye into esasishukuxa leyo kule ntlanganiso.
Perhaps paragraph 71 of Exhibit L, slide 71, may refresh your memory that those matters that are set out in the various stages 1 to 6, that they may have been discussed on Monday night.
Chairperson, the calendar date on that slide is the 14th of August 2012.
Except that, but Mr. Bezos says if you read that, it may jog your memory as to what had been discussed the previous night. That's all Mr. Bezos says. Now that you've emphasized that what she's being asked to read to jog her memory is in fact something from the 14th, then I think there's no danger of the witness being overreached, as it were, by the question. So carry on, Mr. Bezos.
Thank you. Have you got Exhibit L in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Please have a look at what it says on slide 71, and that may refresh your memory whether these things were discussed and approved by you on the evening of the 13th.
Kakujonge phaa ku-71 phe uphezulu mhlawumbi xa ukhumbula izinto uzawukhumbula ucinga into yoba nawe wavumela into yokuba wanika igunya loba le nto ingenziwa na imvume.
I have said we did not discuss the operational strategy on the 13th.
Ndithe ke zange sithethe ngobuchule bento yayiza kwenzeka phaa ngokuhla be-13.
So, are you suggesting that Colonel Scott made up his own plan on the 14th, or his first draft of the plan, without any discussion with the senior members, including yourself?
Ufuna ukuthi ke uKendall Scott lo wavela wazenzela isicwangciso sakhe engathethanga qala nabangaphezulu kuye nawe kwakhona?
In my testimony, I have spoken of a JOC as a multifaceted unit that brings together multifaceted commanders, operators in one room. And Scott could never have alone developed this plan. He worked with those he was with in the JOC, and he indicates in his statement that on the 14th in the morning, they started working on this plan.
Phaa kuJOC ke kuye kudibana abantu abanamagunya ke abohlukileyo, so ayikho into akho ndlela into yoba uScott bengakwazi ukuthi esi sicwangciso asenze yedwa.
You and your counsel have repeatedly told us about the unprecedented loss of life that occurred on the 16th of August.
Wena ke nigqotha lakho beniphinda nithetha kwabantu babaphulukana nobomi ngendlela engazange iyenzeke ngaphambili.
Yes.
Ewe.
I assume that you mean loss of life as a result of police conduct.
Uthetha ke abantu abaphulukana nobomi ngenxa yezenzo zamapolisa.
I am talking about unprecedented loss of life, not only for the 16th, for the entire period. It was a lot.
Andithethi nje ngalamhla we-16 kodwa ndithetha ngaso lonke la thuba.
Sorry. But it is said in the context of what happened in Marikana on the 16th.
Kodwa ithethwa ngaphantsi komxholo wento eyenzeka phaa eMarikana nge-16.
Yes, it remains unprecedented.
Ewe into engekho mzekelo okanye ingazange ibekho ngaphambili.
May I ask you to speak up so that I can hear you? I'm sorry.
Yes, it is unprecedented.
Yes.
Ewe zange ke ibe khona.
You have a very impressive academic CV, Commissioner.
I-CV yakho iyabonisa ufunde kakhulu.
You can say thank you if you want. I think that's a better way. With the humility that I have as a person, I can only say thank you.
Did you
study history?
Yeah, when I was doing my high school, I was using a book called Boys.
You're interested in history?
Well, it was too tardy to read. Needed a lot of information.
Yes. I'm going to quote something to you and ask you whether you heard it before. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Have you ever heard that before?
aba bangasikhumbuli into eyenzeka kwixesha elidlulileyo ngabantu abafana engathi bagwetyiwe into ba bangaphinda bayenze loo nto kwakhona bakwayiva into enjalo.
Advocate, no, but I've learned today.
Azange ke ndive kodwa ke ndiyifundile loo nto namhlanje.
It was said by a very wise man, if I can give you the name, if you want to, philosopher George Santana,
Uyafuna ke ngumntu
Spain, but a high degree economic in the United States and elsewhere. Would you agree with it that we sometimes are condemned to repeat the unpleasant things of the past?
Uyavumela namba iyenzeka into ba siphinde senze izinto ke zenzeka mandulo.
I'll also respond with a quote that says an organization that doesn't learn does not grow. Then I will agree.
Ndawuthi ke ngoku iziko elingafundiyo alikhuli phezu kwalo mazwi ndizawuthi ndiyavumelana nawe.
What do you remember about Sharpeville?
Intoni ekhumbulayo ngeSharpeville?
People who died.
Abantu abaswelekayo.
People who died.
People who died.
Abantu abaswelekayo.
Remember how many?
Yakhumbula bangaphi inani babe bangaphi?
In their 60s.
69.
Babe 69.
And how many were wounded? Do you remember?
Usakhumbula abonzakalayo babe bangaphi?
Post 50, I don't remember.
Be 50
there were 180 people.
I'm just saying, I'm post 50 age-wise. My delete function is very active.
Ndithi ke mhlawumbi senigqithile ngapha kweminyaka e50 mhlawumbi andinawukhumbula kuhle uyatsho ke yena senior council ba 180 abonzakalayo.
They were shot by the police.
Badutyulwa ngamapolisa.
Yes, I recall.
Ewe ndiyayikhumbula le.
Mostly in the back.
Uninzi labo badutyulwe emqolo.
I'm understanding.
Ndiyayiqonda.
And the people who were wounded were mostly wounded in the back.
Nabo banzakalayo uninzi labo bonzakala emqolo.
I'm following.
Yalandela.
Do you know what the police defense was?
Uyazi amapolisa azikhusela ngokuthini?
No, I don't.
Hayi.
They acted in self-defense.
Athi anza njalo ezikhusela.
And they were praised for their actions by Dr. Verwoerd, his Minister of Police.
Baye banconywa nguDr. Verwoerd ngento abayenzayo lona ke waye umphathiswa wamapolisa.
But we also know that they were not armed.
Siyayazi kwakhona into babona babengaxhobanga.
Yes, that may be. That may be. Once you raise this question, how many people did you have to deal with? 300 or 3,500 in Marikana?
Bangapha abantu nasebenza ngabo eMarikana ngabayi 300 okanye abayi 2,500.
Judge, I've already answered that question.
Judge, sendiwuphendule ke lo umbuzo wona.
Counsel is entitled to ask it again if it's relevant to this phase of his cross-examination.
And I will refer to our opening statement.
Yawubhekisa ke kwintetho yethu esivula ngayo.
3,000 in the opening statement.
Kwi-opening statement thetha ngamawaka amathathu.
All fully armed in the first version.
Bonke ke bexhobile.
We did say so.
Sithethile loo nto leyo.
In the second version, that there were 200 to 300 who were armed, and I don't want to misquote my friend, but I'll try my best to remember what he said. Others were not armed, they peacefully left the scene.
Andazi noba ndizobe ndithetha la magama bewathetha ke noba ndizawuzama yena ummeli wamapolisa uthi abanye ke ngoku babe ngaxhobanga bathi ngoxolo bavela bazihambela basuka kwindawo yesehlo.
I think you would also read somewhere in our documents, and I think even in the statements, that those that were working away, most of them were putting down their weapons.
Ndiyaqonda noba ke ngikhona apho kwi-statement ethu ungafunda khona into yoba abo babehamba babezibeka phantsi izixhobo zabo.
I want to deal with numbers.
Ndifuna sisebenze ngamanani
was the plan to disarm 200 to 300 or 3,000?
Icwangciso nayo ke ukuba kuwenziwa abantu abayi-300 babeke izixhobo na okanye abangamawaka amathathu.
Advocate, those details my commanders will deal with.
Ii-commanders zam zizo
The
zizawuza.
plan was to encircle, disarm, and disperse those who were there.
Kodwa ke isicwangciso yayo kubana ke ngoku barhangqwe kwaye bathathelwe izixhobo bahlakazwe ke ngoku abo babelapho.
I'm going to put to you that the film that we have seen shows the vast number of people unarmed.
Ndizawuxelela into yokuba ke ngoku ividiyo siyibonileyo iveza abantu abaninzi apho bengaphethanga zixhobo.
Do you accept that?
Loo nto ke uyayamkela?
You can, because my learned friend would have objected if I had put it wrongly.
Ungayamkela ngokuba bezawuphikisa ke ngoku ummeli wamapolisa ukuba bendingayithethanga ngendlela efanelekileyo.
Do you agree that the majority of the people were unarmed? Workers protesting for the right to earn a better wage.
Uyavuma uninzi labantu ke babengaphethanga zixhobo engabasebenzi beqhaqhazela into bazofumana umvuzo obhetele.
I do know that there are people who are armed, and even the pictures that you talk about will show us that there are people that are armed.
Ndiyazi uba bakhona bephethe izixhobo nemifanekiso ethetha ngayo.
For the purpose of my next question, that I have correctly described the number of people, that the majority that are shown on the film and on the evidence that is going to be laid were unarmed.
Izawutsho nangqombikiswana ke ngokuna njengoba kunjalo nakufile into yokuba uninzi labantu bepha babengaphethanga zixhobo.
I think short of counting, I would be very irresponsible to say majority minority.
Ukuba ke ngenxa bandingabalanga ndiyabe ndisenza ngokukhathala ukuba ndizawuthi abantu abaninzi okanye abamba.
Accept an assurance from me that that is what the evidence before the commission is.
Ngoku xa ndiqinisekisa ndithe loo nto awufuni uyamkela ukuba ubungqina buchaza okanye bubonisa loo nto leyo na?
No, because I wasn't even on the scene.
Hayi ngoba ndandingekho phaa kwindawo yesehlo.
Just to get clarity at the moment, there are two possible aspects in respect to which this point is important. The first is what actually happened. The second is what the witness's understanding was at the relevant time.
Yes.
Now, are you busy with the former or the latter?
At this stage,
in this stage, your cross-examination.
For an acceptance that there were unarmed people.
So you're not concerned so much with what she understood at the time as what the actual facts were.
The facts are.
Now, the actual facts, I think, are quite conveniently stated in paragraph 56 of Mr. de Roover's statement, which you might read to her. But that, of course, he talks about a relatively small number of protesters, around 300 out of 4,000, and he goes on to describe how they were dressed and how they were armed and so on.
Yes.
So that appears to be what the police now accepts, because that's what the expert says.
Yes.
But I take it if we put it to her that way, she'll accept it too. But still, the question is, are you concerned with what actually was the position or what she thought at the time?
No. I want to put, let me put the question.
Yes, all right.
Having regard to the evidence that I have mentioned to you and what the chairman of the commission has said, were you planning the disbursement and arrest of 3,000 people when the plan that was being put together from the Tuesday morning, if you will, to the Thursday? How many people, in your view, were there that were armed and had to be dispersed, disarmed, and arrested.
Ngokumbono wakho bangapha abantu ke
2 to
kwafuneka
300, or 3,000, or 3,500, or as one of the generals says, 4,500. What
Abantu
figure
ke-
did you work on?
abantu ke ngokuba kufuneka babanjwe apho babeke phansi isixhobo benziwe babeke phansi isixhobo kwaye barhanqwe bangaphi babengamakhulu amathathu okanye ngamawaka amathathu okanye ngoku ngamawaka amane anamakhulu amahlanu na.
Advocate, I think this commission would benefit really intensely from listening to those who were on the scene when it comes to the type of questions you're asking. I cannot speculate. I can only say what I've answered you is based to the best of knowledge that I have, but the intricacies that you're asking me can best be answered by those who are positioned to better do so. I can't speculate on such serious issues.
And now to give me benjalo ndivile ndizapha ndizoqashela aba bekhona apho ngaba bazokwazi ukuthi bazoyiphendula ke ngoku into lolo hlobo.
And I have said in our statement, we have said 3,000. That's my understanding, the best knowledge that is here. But I'm sure my commanders, when they come here with the statements that they are given, they would be able to, those details, granular matters, they would be able to deal with because those are related to the scene.
Statement ke ngoku ndithe abantu abangamawaka asijengamawaka angamathathu kodwa ke iikhomanda zona ngabo ke ngoku abantu abafanekileyo babanokwazi ukuthi bazoyichaza loo nto leyo xa belapho.
You, as the leader, have taken responsibility for what has happened.
Correct.
Ndithatha uxanduva ngento eyenzekayo njengo.
You have praised your police officers to the sky on the 17th and the 20th.
Wabancoma ke ngoku babeka phezulu nge-17 nanga-20 amapolisa lawo.
The expert engaged by your police force says from still and video images taken by SAPS between 12 and 16th of August 2012, the militancy of a relatively small number of protesters, around 3 out of 400, was quite apparent. 300 out of 4,000, I'm sorry, yes. This is your expert, employed by your police force, who must have been given this information by your colleagues, contrary to what you said on the 17th and the 20th, that they faced 3,000 people and that you congratulated them for what they had done. Please do not try and avoid the question. Assume that your expert is correct. What were you planning for? 3,000, 3,050, 4,000, or 4,050, or of a couple hundred? What were you planning for?
Incutshe ke ngokule amapolisa yathi into ba abantu ayibonakala bexhobile pha bengaphakathi kwamakhulu amathathu yetsho kwamane kwaye ke ngoku ngeli xesha nge-17 ne-20 buthetha ke ngoku into etho oyenzileyo busithi kutheni usithi ibingabantu abaninzi abangamawaka amathathu.
You've dealt with a lot of things, and I can't just go yes, no, hour.
A question with a whole lot of sub-paragraphs.
Absolutely.
Would you like to deal with them one by one?
Would
you like to deal with them now, or would you like to deal them after the lunch adjournment?
I'll do them after lunch.
The Commission will take the lunch adjournment and resume. No, please, if people make noises, I'm giving you a warning now. If people make noises from the auditorium while the Commission is in session, I'll ask that they be asked to leave. I don't want to do that because I'm sure everybody wants to hear what happens. But there's a minimum of behavior that's expected from those who are in the auditorium, and I expect people, please, to respect that.
Uba abantu bayaphinda kakhona bangaziphathi kakuhle kuphi isilumkisi into yoba uzawuthi mabakhutshelwe ngaphandle ulindele uba abantu babaziphathi kakuhle xa belapha.
This is an important aspect of the matter. It's only fair to everybody that the Commissioner be given an opportunity to deal fully with this very important question. And for that reason, I'm now adjourning until 2 o'clock.
ngumba ubalulekileyo ke kufuna nike ithuba ucommissioner azawugqiba yonke loo nto ngeso sizathu sisaya ke phaya siyogcwalisa ithumbu siyabuya kwakhona intsimbi yesibini.
Yeah, I know. So obviously,
Please, or Zabalimus. Don't you want to grab something for me? I haven't packed. I can leave my laptop here. Where is it? Right here. Yes, it was obsessed. Maybe I shouldn't eat.
Singameni ngenyawo iyaqhubekeka i-commission.
Commission resumes. National Commissioner, you're still under oath. I see that some thoughtful person has given us some more reading matter in the form of an article by Mr. Haysom. Presumably we will hear more about. But before we do that, you were going to answer the question that you were asked by Mr. Bezos before we took the adjournment. Do you want him to repeat it if he can still remember it?
Yes,
or
Judge.
will you be able to answer it without it being repeated?
No, I would request that he repeats it again.
Mr. Bezos, can you remember the question that you asked?
I asked my colleagues to refresh my memory, and I'll try.
All right.
I'll try.
In fairness,
yes.
In fairness to
I'll
witness,
try
I think you
and
should
break
do
it up.
Yes, thank you.
National Commissioner, you know that we have differences in the evidence about the number of armed people at Marikana.
Uyazi into yokuba amanani ke kuthethwa ngawo ngabantu ababexhobile phaa eMarikana siyiboni ngokufana awafani.
I have gathered that, sir.
Ndiye ndayifumanisa loo nto.
Yes. The people that briefed you immediately after the event, and when I say immediately, between the 16th and the 20th, what did they tell you? That there were 3,000 armed people at Marikana?
Aba bantu bakunika ingxelo ke emva kwesehlo bathi kuwe abantu abexhobile eMarikana babe ngamawaka amathathu.
Yes.
Ewe.
Now, that is a lot of armed people, and that must have influenced your view of the conduct of the police, or the propriety of the conduct of the police, before you exonerated them on the 17th and on the 20th.
Lonto ke ukuyaye yayenza into yokuba ubone indlela efanelekileyo yenza ngayo amapolisa ngaphambi ba uzokuba nxoma ke nge-17 nange-20.
I think the information has been consistent, and we also are aware that in the process there were talks around how the crowd reacted, groups, large groups. So it's a lot of information that was informing.
Please answer the question.
Answering the question. Let you carry on. Carry on.
Qhubekeka, Commissioner, National Commissioner.
Were you told that there were 3,000 armed people by your commanders?
Ii-commanders zakho zaxelela ukuba abantu abexhobile babeyi-3,000 na?
I've answered yes.
Yes.
Diphendula lathi ewe.
Did you believe them that there were 3,000 armed people in
Wakholelwa into yoba abantu babexhobile na bangamawaka amathathu?
To the best of my knowledge and trusting the bona fides of my conduct, my commanders, yes.
Ngenxa yendlela ke ndibathemba ngayo ndabakholelwa.
And was that one of the reasons why you praised your police force in very generous terms on the 17th and on the 20th?
Yiyo loo nto yenza uba ubancome ke ngoku amapolisa nge-17 nange-20?
No.
Hayi.
On what did you base your praise?
Wawubancoma ngantoni?
I am on record having said I praise them for having performed their duty in a professional manner, following protocols, following prescripts, spending many hours working. That's what I praise them for.
Ndandibancoma ke ngokuba benze belandela yonke imithetho benza imisebenzi wabo ngobuchule balandela
If subsequent evidence shows that the majority of the people at Marikana were not armed. Would you suspect that you were not told the truth?
Ukuba kubungqina buveza into ba uninzi labantu bebengaxhobanga uzawurhanelana into kuba awuxelelwa ngenyaniso.
I'm on record this morning saying it doesn't matter whether it's one, whether it's three. Members who protest armed remain our concern as police.
Nditheke ngaphambili awukhathaliseki into yoba ngumuntu oyi-1 uxhobileyo okanye ngabathathu kodwa ke abantu abaxhobileyo iba yinto esixhalabisayo.
It's a question of credibility, Commissioner. If your force told you that they feared 3,000 armed people, and there is evidence that that was not true, surely you have to change your mind about the veracity and the honesty of the people that told you that they faced 3,000 armed people.
Ukuba ke ngoku uxelelwe into yokuba bangamawaka amathathu abantu abebephethe izixhobo kwaye ubungqina buveza into babengakho amawaka amathathu, ngoko ke funeka utshintshe ingqondo yakho ke ngokunyaniseka kwaba bantu bebekuxelela into ngabantu abangamawaka amathathu ababebexhobile.
Advocate, I don't think this has got to do with my personal credibility. I have responded and I've said any time there is an illegal protest, and that illegal protest has people who are carrying arms, we remain very concerned as police.
We're not talking about any.
Lento enandokwenza ke ukunokuthembeka kwam kodwa ndithi apho ke ukuqhankqalazo ngekho semthethweni abaxhobileyo abantu baqhankqalazayo funeke loo nto ibe yinto esixhalabisayo.
I fear there may be a misunderstanding between you and the witness. You spoke about credibility, which she took as being a suggestion that her own credibility was on the line.
No.
I didn't understand your question to be to that effect.
No.
Am I correct?
No, it's the credibility of the informers to her.
Yes. She was concerned, I think, that her
fine.
credibility is being attacked. Yes. And you understand he's suggesting that the people who gave her the information, their credibility is under attack. So perhaps you can rephrase the question because we've had that interruption, and then you can deal with it.
Thank you for that clarification. The credibility of the information you're talking about, and I again say, if there is an illegal protest and people are armed, we as police, it doesn't matter how many, we as police will remain very concerned. Whether it's 3,000, whether it's 300, whether it's 2, whether it's 7, we'll remain very concerned because it calls for certain actions from us.
Nditheke ngoku ukuba abantu babambe uqhankqalazo ngosemthethweni kungakhathaliseki ukuba lo mntu lo uphethe isixhobo mnye basixhenxe okanye bangamakhulu amathathu kodwa izaba yinto inkxalabo ihlala inkxalabo kumapolisa.
National Commissioner, do you not understand the purport of my question? Surely, if your police force faced 3,000 armed men, they may or may not have been entitled to use the force that they did in order to kill and wound so many people. If, in fact, you were lied to, that there were only 300 armed people, would it not make a difference in assessing the credibility and the worth of your force?
Ukuba ke ngoku kuye kwavela kanye kwathiwa into kwafumanisa ukuba ngabantu abangamakhulu amathathu abephethe izixhobo, loo nto bengenawubonisa into yokuba abo basebenza phantsi kwakho abanakuthembeka abathembekanga na.
I've already responded to say I truly believed the feedback I was given by my commanders.
Nditheke yendayikholela ingxelo ndayifumana endiyinikwe ii-commanders zam.
Please answer the question.
Ndaphendula umbuzo.
If the evidence shows the statement of your counsel to the witness, the statement of whoever had briefed the expert, is 2,700 people more than you were told. Would that make no difference to you?
The difference it would not make.
I beg your pardon?
The difference that it would not make. I would note the number, 2,700, 5,000, 3,000.
No, but you judged your force and praised them.
I haven't finished.
If you found out that the information that was given to you...
Please, let her finish the answer. Please, let her finish her answer and then you can ask me.
Yes.
Uchilo qala ke uNational Commission into balamanani noba kuthiwa yi-2,500 kodwa ke uzawaqwalasela loba nikungqwalasela noma nani ango.
Advocate, you're talking about numbers. You're throwing them forward more, less, even, whatever. I'm saying the numbers, as you suppose, would not be an issue for me. What would be an issue for us as police and for me as the National Commissioner is whether these members are armed in a protest that is supposed to be peaceful and they are supposed not to be armed. That's a very serious concern for me.
Into benithethileyo ke senior counsel into ba inani labantu abaxhobileyo ayinto ke ngathi ngakhathaza ngayo kakhulu kodwa yona nto esingandikhathaza kakhulu yinto yokuba aba bantu bathi na kwindibano okanye qhankqalazo ngakho semthethweni baphinde baxhobe kungakhathalisanga into ba bangakanani inani labo.
Whether you were told the truth about the numbers or you would lied to makes no difference to you.
I
presume where we are having a difference is what is the nexus for me and what's the nexus for you. The nexus for me is whether these members are marching legally, one, and whether they are armed.
Eyona nto ingumnqaki apha into yokuba abantu aba baba ngumngcelele ngokwasemthethweni okanye baxhobile na kwakhona.
If you were lied to by 2,700 people, it made no difference to you.
Noba ke kuxokiwe kwafakelwe 2,700 ayenzi mahluko ku National Commissioner Londo.
At this point in time, I would say to you, I don't believe that any one of us here would even be able to put an audit of the numbers of people that are there. We are all having guesstimates, as you have put it. Some are saying 4,500, some are saying 3,000. It was a large crowd.
Njengoba sitela lapha naxelela into bana khomntu nalo inani owabalayo babangapha abantu kuyathekelelwa nje ukuba babe ngaphi na.
Why don't you want to answer the question whether it makes any difference to you whether the people under you misrepresented the position to you by 2,700 people that were allegedly armed?
Utheni ke ungafuni ukuphendula leyo into ba ku abantu babekunika inkcazelo baye bongeza bathi ngenye 2,700 bathi nayo yayixhobile.
I'll again say, in our statement, we have stated what, to the best of our knowledge, are the facts, and misrepresentation, to my mind, even at this point in time, doesn't appear.
Ke ndithe kwi-statement zethu yinto eyinyani esiyifumeneyo. Kodwa ke
go on to the next point.
Ndiyakumba ulandelayo.
You say that this was unprecedented.
Uthi ke yayinto engakhange kubekho umzekelo okanye yenzeke ngaphambili.
Yes, I did say.
Ewe ndatsho.
Did you have regard to what happened in Uitenhage on the 21st of March 1985?
Uwawuke wayinika ingqwalasela into eyenzeka phaa eTinarha ngomhla ka-21 kaMarch ngo-1985.
In my statement, I do mention that post-1994, where I am talking about the statistics of the new South African Police Service, we have encountered encountered anything like that. And this is why I even gave statistics to say, in the past 3 years, we've handled 33,000 unrests. Some were peaceful, some were not peaceful. In the 18 years of the existence of this country, we've handled close to 150,000, and we have never experienced anything like this.
Amanani ke nditshe ndanikezela ngawo ngabathe ngento ezenzeke emva ko-1994 apho kwakukho ke ngoku ingcelele yoxolo nalapho kwakungekho xolo khona kodwa ke sathi into enjengololu hlobo zange ke yenzeke.
History prior to 1994 do you believe that what happened before during the apartheid regime is a good example to look at so that we do not repeat the same mistakes?
Xa sijonga kwinto ezenzeke ngaphambi ko-1994 ngexesha lo bandlululo ayinto ezingumzekelo into yoba sibone uba siphindi ezaa mpazamo zenziwe ngaphambili.
I think in a rational environment, all those issues are taken into account.
Ndicinga uba ke ngoku kwimeko izithile loo nto ezo zinto nazofuneka zinikwe ingqwalasela.
Should we look to the history of the past in order to avoid a repetition of that unfortunate history?
Kufuneka nasijonge into eyenzeka ngaphambili ukwenzele sithintele into enjalo ingaphinde yenzeke kwakhona.
I'm sure there are relative references that have to be used, because I'm using precisely the 18 years to show that a lot of experience and good experience has been amassed by the police. And we have continued to sustainably manage this type of protests because of the experience and the training, new approach that we've had as police. And this is why I'm saying this is unprecedented, given the new South African Police Service.
Ndithe ke xa ndisithi le nto ingazange yenzeka phambili ndendijonge kule minyaka ke ngokuyi-18 apho ixesha kwakukho ulawulo lwezithwele lwalisenzeka kakuhle yilona ndisithi into enjena zange ke yenzeke ngaphambili.
I will repeat the question. Do you believe that it is not necessary for us to look to the prior history, prior 94, in order not to commit the same mistakes that were committed by the apartheid regime police?
Awuboni na kufuneka into yokuba kujongwe into ezenzeka ngexesha lobandlululo kwenzela into yoba kungenziwa impazamo ezazisenziwa ngamapolisa ngaphambili.
I've already responded to say under rational circumstances, you can use history.
We can?
Under rational circumstances, you can use history.
Nditshilo into yoba khona imeko apha ke ngoku kufuneke sisebenzise into ezenzeke ngaphambili ze-history.
Do you say rational or irrational?
Rational.
Rational.
Usebenza ke ngelasemzini elo gama lithi rational.
Because in Uitenhage, on the 21st of March, 20 protesters died or were killed, and numerous others were injured. And the defense was self-defense.
Ngokuba kaloku phaa ngo-21 kaMarch 1985.
And Mr. Louis Legrange, the then Minister of Police and Law and Order, said we were forced to use maximum force to defend ourselves. Sorry.
That's what she said. This is what he said.
The police had no alternative. The police had no alternative but to open fire in self-defense.
Ngoba kaloku kuthiwa phaa itinarha ngaloo nyaka abaqhankqalazi abayi-20 babulawa abanye bonzakala. uLouis Legrange ke wayengumphathi wamapolisa wathi amapolisa ayengenakwenza ngakumbi ayinyanzelekile into yoba adubule azikhusele.
The common factor was that no policeman had a scratch.
Enye into ke ngoku eqhelekileyo eyathethwa ngoku kwakuthiwa akho polisa elalinawo nomkrwelo.
Then, during the uprising in Soweto from 1976 to a couple of years thereafter, the South African police killed a few hundred people at different times in marches or gatherings in Soweto and other urban areas throughout the country. Their defense was always, if we did it in self-defense, there wasn't a scratch on any policeman.
Uthi ke nawo 1976 nasemva koko amapolisa abulala abantu abaninzi amakhulu abantu phayisotho nakwezinye indawo ke ezisezidolophini apho kwakhona umngcelele nalabantu bedibena khona into ababeziphendula ngayo qho yayikuthi bebezikhusela kodwa kwangabikho nomnye wabo nomkrwelo.
We don't want to follow that example, do we?
Asifuni ke silandele umzekelo lohlobo akunjalo.
Absolutely not, and the South African Police Services is not.
Asiyenzi lonto kwaye ayenzi lonto ke ngu-South African Police
Is it
Service.
a mere coincidence that their defense appears to be the same?
Into ezenzekileyo into yoba nabo baziphendulele ngaloo ndlela na.
Maybe I could say, to talk to my response to you, is that we're in a new dispensation where people can march. And during those 2 periods that we were talking about, people didn't have the right to protest.
Hamba ndiphendule ke mandithi sikwixesha apho abantu banelungelo baba ngaqhankqalaza ngalo maxesha awuthetha ngawo wena abantu babengenalo ilungelo lokubamba umngcelele.
And maybe if I can continue, and our constitution is so articulate, it says you have the right to protest and you have the right to do it peacefully without being armed.
Well, on the one version, there were at least 2,700 people there that were not armed, and according to Mr. Semenya, they dispersed peacefully. Now, in view of your answer, it may be that those who were armed could possibly be called criminals. Those that were there to protest against their wages, what crime did they commit?
Njengoba besitsho sino council simenye into bamhlambi aba ngaphethanga babehamba ngoxolo babe 2700 kodwa aba wayefuna ke ngokubona imivuzo yabo bese belapho kuloo ndawo leyo ngolphulaphula umthetho abalenzayo.
What was their crime?
Which
the
people are we to
2,700 on that version?
But you do say they walked away.
Kodwa uyatsho into babahamba.
After the shooting, after the gas, after the helicopters.
And I also said earlier on, Advocate, that remember we were dealing with a mix of things. There was an illegal protest. There were people who were armed in that protest. And ours really was just to encircle them, to disarm them, and to disperse them. That's what we were here to do.
Into sasipha uyenza ngoba kaloku kwakuqhankqalazo ngekho semthethweni pha abantu abaxhobileyo kwakuba kwafuneka sibarhanqe kwaye sibahlukanise sibabekise phantsi isixhobo emva koko ke ngoku sibabambe.
Yes, I'm not sure that the facts you put are entirely correct. My recollection of the evidence was that Mr. Mutunjwa said that after his second speech, a number of people left. And I think that's borne out by some of the videos, in fact. So it wasn't just that people left after the shooting, or the tear gas, or the water cannon. A substantial number, I think, we'll perhaps look at the videos again and see whether this is so, but my impression is a substantial number left after Mr. Mutunjwa's second speech. And so I think the question you put has to be modified in the light of that.
Yes. I relied on what was put by my learned friend to the witness, Mr. Chairman. But now that I am reminded, I'll amend the question. Either before or after the shooting, many unarmed people left voluntarily. They were not armed.
Uthi noba bekungaphambi kokuthi emva koko kodwa abantu abaninzi ke abangaphethanga sixhobo bavele bazihambela ngokwabo.
The plan that the police put up in order to disperse 3,000 people. On the subsequent evidence and the evidence of the expert for the police shows that in truth and in fact there were people, protesters, who were not armed. If they were shot at, if they were gassed, if they were victims of stun grenades or fear from helicopters and the killing of other people gathered a little bit in front of them, all this is attacking people who had committed no crime. They're not criminals. Would you agree?
I'm sure this commission will make a finding on that. I'm not able to
The
give an
commission wants
opinion
your
now.
help.
I'm not able to give you an opinion. I'm not fit to give that type of answer.
Andinakwazi ukunika impendulo lolo hlobo ke le commission yiyo ekizawuthatha isigqibo ngezinto ezilolo hlobo into yokuba abantu abo yayingabo abantu ebebizwa ezigulamkhuba bophula umthetho okanye hayi na.
Not fit to give that opinion.
Why are you not fit to give an opinion?
Utheni ungesingumuntu ofanelekileyo ukuba ungakhupha uluvo lwakho?
Number one, I was not on the scene. And secondly, this commission has taken a lot of submissions that I'm not privy to, and a lot of inputs from members, from us, from experts, from anybody. And I think after good consideration of everything, that type of question can be answered.
Koqala ndandingekho phaa kwindawo yesehlo kwesibini le commission ifumene amaxwebhu amaninzi avela kumaqela ahlukeneyo ngoko ke mna andikwazi uba ndiphendule njalo ekugqibeleni yiyo le commission ezakwazi ukuthi iyiphendule loo.
For the sake of completeness, I want to deal with what happened in the Vaal Triangle, where my learned friend Mr. Semenya and I were on the same side.
For
the people of the Vaal Triangle, again, the police shot into a march in the Vaal Triangle. They killed 9 people. They injured quite a number. A commission of inquiry was held. Judge Richard Goldstone ordered that 6 of them should be charged with murder by the Attorney General. Unfortunately, the Attorney General of the time, in the early 90s, didn't charge them. During the apartheid regime, people could shoot and kill people at demonstrations with impunity. Will you accept that in our constitutional order that is not permitted, and those who actually kill people without justification should be punished?
Uyavuma into yokuba ke ngokomgaqo-siseko abo babulala abantu kungekho sizathu esivakalayo kufuneke bohlwaywe?
Yes, I do, and that is the type of organization I'm serving.
Ewe ke lulo ke uhlobo lweziko endisebenza phantsi kwa ndisebenza kulo.
Do you think that your organization had regard to the history of the past when they did what they are said to have done on either version at Marikana?
Xa kwenze lento bayenzayo ke ngokaba bamapolisa ocinga bake bayijongisisa lento yenzeka mandulo na?
I would not be able to answer on that, but I would be able to say to you, when the organization did what they did, what they took into account are the laws, the prescripts, the SOPs, the guidelines that demands them to give citizens the service.
Andinawukwazi ukuthi ke ndiphendule ngalo hlobo leyo kodwa ke ndithi xa bethe lalo benzayo babejonge umthetho nemimiselo kunye ne-SOPs.
In your statement, paragraph 6, you stated, and I quote, "It is common knowledge that I have no previous experience as a police officer." You said that?
Very correct.
Ewe nditsho into yoba andinalwazi ke lungaphambili njengepolisa.
Why did you say that?
Kutheni uthethe into lolu hlobo?
It is a fact.
Inyani.
And what is the relevance of that fact?
Ingenaphi ke lo nyani leyo?
It's transparent, and if I'm giving my CV and my resume, it is important for me to tell the truth, and I'm being prudent, and I'm sharing what I am.
Ngokuba into ezicacileyo ne-CV yam iyayibonisa loo nto leyo njengomntu ke mna olumkileyo.
Did you include it in your statement as a possible excuse for your performance in relation to what may have happened at Marikana?
Hayi indlela bozama uziphendulela ngayo ngenxa yento eyenzeke phaa eMarikana uthi uyazikhusela.
Advocate, that's your interpretation. I've said I shared my CV.
Wena advocate indlela oyibona ngayo ke mna ndithi ndandithetha ke ngichaza nge-CV yam.
She has shared her CV.
What does that mean?
It means she's shared her CV, but it's your interpretation.
I don't understand your answer. This is why I sought advice from my learned friend on my right. Neither does he. What do you mean by what you've said?
What I was asked to do, what I did here, and what I responded to when I was here, I was talking about my curriculum vitae, where I've been, what I am, what I do.
Not as an excuse.
The interpretation you are giving, that is not mine, say, and
It's
I don't
not.
agree with it.
You say no.
I don't agree with it.
Andivumelana nento uyithethayo into yoba xa ndinika i-CV yam ke bendibeka indlela ukuba ndizama ukuba ndiziphendulele mna kuba
Does that mean that you take full responsibility in your personal and official capacity for everything that happened at Marikana on the 16th?
I don't understand that question.
Andiwuqondi ke lo mbuzo wakho.
Which part don't you understand?
The totality of it.
Wonke lo mbuzo wakho andiwuqondi wonke.
Lack of experience doesn't make you any less responsible.
Do you believe that your lack of experience may make you less responsible for what happened?
Ngoku ke ungacimba into yokuba amava wakho angekho maninzi angenza into yoba ungasolwa kakhulu ngento eyenzekileyo?
No.
Hayi.
I'm not quite sure I understand your question. I don't understand what's meant by responsible in this context. A person can be vicariously responsible for things done by his or her subordinates without any personal blame for what was done. A person can also be personally responsible for things that happened if the person concerned has blame of some sort. Now, you said, do you take responsibility in your personal capacity and in your official capacity? Now, responsibility in her official capacity, would I take it be probably vicarious responsibility or vicarious liability? Responsibility in her personal capacity would, of course, be something else. That's the way you introduce this topic. Now you're just talking about responsible. So perhaps I think, I don't know whether the witness needs the explanation, but I would like it. What you mean by responsible, because there are different forms of responsibility, and I think, to be fair, one should know what form you're busy with in the question.
Well, there is a third type of joint responsibility together with others. Do you feel that in view of your participation in authorizing, in making yourself, identifying yourself with your commanders, with what happened, makes you responsible for what happened, if indeed any wrongful act was committed?
Uyakholwa into yokubana nawe ngendlela owathatha ngayo inxaxheba usebenzisana ne-commanders zakho nento owawuzele uba zingenziwa ungakwazi uba usoleleke kanye nawe ukuthiwe uyachaphazeleka kule nto yenzekayo?
Mr. Semenya?
Chair, the question assumes a fact not in evidence. There was never anything.
Problems with the question. The first is it assumes a fact not in evidence, and secondly, it still doesn't explain what's meant by responsible. But anyway, I suppose I shouldn't have said that without giving Mr. Bezos a chance to reply. I'm not sure that she's ever admitted she authorised anything. That's the point Mr. Semenya makes. You stated it as something that was self-evident on the table already. I'm not sure that assumption is necessarily justified. The second point is you still haven't explained what you mean by responsible. Do you mean in asking her the question, do you think you're personally responsible because of what you did? Or do you think you're responsible because your subordinates did it and in the course and scope of their duties and you're the head of the organisation and in that sense you are vicariously responsible? So I think you should deal with those 2 points, if I may say so, before you proceed with the question.
May I try and explain? May I explain, Mr. Chairman? We have in mind to argue to the Commission who are the people who are responsible for any wrongdoing at Marikana on the 16th. I wanted her to give an opportunity to say, I am responsible or I am not responsible. Whether it's vicarious,
no, I think to be fair,
whether it's joint or any other responsibility. Responsibility is responsibility.
I understand that, but I think to be fair to the witness, you should indicate what kind of responsibility you're asking her about. Because obviously, if the police acted in the course and scope of their duties and acted wrongly, she will be, well, not necessarily in her personal capacity, but she as the police now I mustn't use military terms, the police service will be, insofar as it's a legal entity, will be responsible for that. Even if she's free of any personal blame at all. If, of course, she was somehow involved personally and was involved in conduct which attracts personal liability to her, she would be, of course, responsible, legally responsible in her own rights, not only in her official capacity. Now, that's a distinction which is blurred by the way you ask the question. That's the first point. The second point Mr. Semenya makes is that you put to her on the basis of what she'd authorised. I've listened very carefully to her. I haven't heard her admit that she herself authorised anything. I may have missed something, but Mr. Semenya's objection, I think, is that the assertion by you that she authorised something is not in accordance with the evidence as we have it so far. So perhaps you can deal with those 2 points.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I ask a couple of preliminary questions? Did you authorise the actions that were taken by the police force on the 16th of August?
Nguwe owanika amapolisa imvume okanye wabaxelela uba benze izinto baye phambili ngento ezenziwa baqhubeke ngento ezenziwa nge-16 zaka-August 2012.
I'll go back and answer in a elaborate manner.
Ndizawuthi indlela endiphendula ngayo ke ndiye ndicacise.
Saying it that, there's nothing wrong with yes or no as an answer. Obviously, you'd be entitled to expand on that. But the direct question, it's what we called earlier an Oprah Winfrey question. The answer is yes or no. And then, of course, obviously, depending whatever answer you give, you're entitled to expand and explain.
Judge, the problem is that statement is very loaded. And I worry about that. To say...
Question in your own way.
Yeah, I'd love to answer that, Judge. And I'm saying, I've explained that, and it's coming back again. Because I've spoken about my role, I've spoken about the delegation of authority, I've spoken about all that. But this is coming back again. And I'm going to go back exactly there. To say there are levels of responsibility. And I've also spoken about the fact that I'm not talking about a monolithic block. There are individuals in this, and the levels, that whole issue of cascading responsibilities and whatever. I'm overall responsible and in charge. But inside that, there are certain processes, and I've already answered and articulated those. That's why I'm saying the question is loaded.
Njengoba nisithi ke lo mbuzo unento ezininzi ubuza apha kuwo bensendichazela lo nto umsebenzi wami nendlela yokuba ndithumela abantu ke ngoku nemanqanaba okunika abantu uxanduva njengophetheyo mna ongaphezulu bensendichaze yonke loo nto leyo.
I must ask you this question, because I don't know precisely what you mean by what you have said. Did you know the plan and its strategy, and did you approve it?
Wazile na ngesicwangciso ezi nendlela efuneke sisetyenziswe ngaso isicwangciso waye wanika imvume yaloo nto leyo ekugqibeleni.
I have answered that the plan I did not participate in. Those that had the responsibility to do so did it. I do not know it.
Ndichilo ekuqaleni into yokuba eso sicwangciso sikhange ndithathe inxaxheba kuso kodwa abo besenza isicwangciso bona bazenzela ngokwabo.
She did not participate in others
with my permission.
You plead in ignorance.
Uthi bungenalwazi ngaloo nto leyo.
That's a deep word. No.
Ligama elinzulu elo hayi.
Please speak up.
Advocate, when you say I plead ignorance, is it the same as do I know? Did I participate in the plan?
No, I'm asking in answer to your previous answer.
No, that's a fair question by her. When you say, do you plead ignorance, do you say you did not know? That's the question she asks. And I think she's entitled to an answer before she gives you her own answer.
That's precisely what I mean. And the question was that she knew of the plan and strategy and approved it. It's a simple question which requires a simple answer.
Ngesicwangciso na kwaye nendlela ezisetyenziswa ngaso isicwangciso wanika imvume baqhutyekwe ngeso sicwangciso na.
I know that there are people who must do the plan and know the intricacies of that, and these are the people who are in the job. I do not have to know those details.
Ndiyazi uba ke ufuna senze isicwangciso kwaye senza ngabantu abapha kujoko kanti nyanzelekanga into yoba mandazi uba yintoni le ilapho kwesi sicwangciso sabo bayicwangcisileyo.
That you knew what the plan said and what the strategy was to be followed in pursuance of that plan.
Buyazi into yoba ke ngokweso sicwangciso yintoni nendlela abazayisebenzisa xa belandela okanye besenza loo nto isicwangciso sabo.
I know that whatever plan they have to do, they will do it within the prescripts that they are supposed to do it.
Ndiyazi into yoba isicwangciso basenza belandela imimiselo ebekiweyo efuneke bayilandele.
And if they fail to do it, do you feel that you are responsible? If they fail to do it, even though you may have approved of it, do you say that you are not responsible?
Again, Chair, there's no evidence of the Commissioner approving any plan, and she has repeatedly given that answer.
Kwange ke kubekho ubungqina bokuthwayo into yokuba le nto yesicwangciso uCommissioner wayisikelela wathi mayiqhubekeke yenziwe.
Are you saying that you didn't know what the plan was?
Uthi bungasazi uba kwakucwangciswe nesicwangciso eso?
In my job, I do not need to know that.
Kumsebenzi wami akunyanzelekanga uba mandiyazi.
That's not an answer. I know you don't need to know. The question is, did you know?
Umbuzo ubuza into yoba busazi na.
I said, I have answered to say on the 14th when the plan was done, I was not there and I don't know what was sitting in the plan because I don't need to know.
Ndithe ke nge-14 ngeli xesha kusenza isicwangciso ndandingekho phaa kwaye ndangazi uba kubhalwe nosicwangciso.
Yes. Did you hear that your colleagues or your commanders say that the 16th was D-Day?
Uhavi ba ikomanda zona zathi lamhla we-16 yilo mini.
I've never heard that.
Zanke ndive loo nto.
We'll take it up with you later on certain other documents that we will produce. In your statement, in paragraph 7 to 11, includes a number of facts and figures about the SAPs in general. It's entirely unclear to us why you have included police population ratios. But I wish to deal specifically with paragraph 11, which deals with the significant prevalence of police attacks and killings. Providing figures on attacks for police in 2010 and 2012, 907, together with fatalities, 174. You then mentioned the support structures in place for the members of their families. Have I summarized your statement correctly?
Yes.
Ushangathile kakuhle ubungqina bam xa uthetha ke ngohlaselo lokumapolisa ngo-2010 nango-2012 nabo ba-907 bathi ke ngoku bahlaselwa.
Why did you include this information in your statement?
Kutheni ke le uye wayifaka kwi-statement sakho?
It made logical sense for me to talk about it.
Ibe into kum ebhadlileyo kuba mandithethe ngayo.
What was its relevance to what you were speaking about?
Kwinto ke sithetha ngayo bingenaphi le.
As a strategic head of police, as you said, from 9, 8, 10, I was talking about the capacity, what we have, how we are comparing with others, because even the experts that are presenting here are doing similar comparisons. That's what I was talking about.
Do you believe that if you brought to the Commission's attention the travail, I don't know why I'm thinking of the French word, I'm sorry, the troubles that the police had, that may be a reason for justifying what they did at Marikana?
Bucimba xa uzothetha ngengxaki angena kuzo amapolisa sisizathu esivakalayo ubusikhupha salento abayenzileyo phaa eMarikana?
That is not true.
Ayinyani leyo.
Well, according to the Independent Police Investigating Directorate, in 2011 to 2012 financial year, there were some 720 deaths as a result of police action. You included the figures of the police fatalities. Why did you not include figures of deaths and injuries caused by police actions in the same period?
Ingxelo evela ku-IPD into yoba ngo-2011 uyotsho ku-2012 kukho abantu abayi-720 abasweleka ngenxa yezenzo zamapolisa. Kutheni kuloo ngxelo leyo kungafakwanga inani labo bathi babulawa ngamapolisa?
For my understanding, are these deaths in cells or deaths where?
Ndifuna ukwazi ke abantu ngabantu abasweleka eziseleni okanye baswelekela phi?
Including deaths in custody.
It includes the deaths, including the deaths of people in police custody.
Iquka nabantu ke ngoku abasweleka beseluvalelweni lamapolisa.
I think what would also help us is whether the 720, just from my understanding, to be able to respond, were these people dying of natural causes, death because of police, illnesses, and all those, what's the breakdown?
Ndifuna ukwazi into abantu babesweleka phantsi kweemeko ezinjani, izizathu mhlawumbi babegula okanye mhlawumbi babesweleka ngendlela enjani.
The term used by the organization is a result of police action. I don't think they included illness or other natural causes.
Igama elisetyenziswayo phaa into yokuba basweleka ngenxa yezenzo zamapolisa kodwa ke andicingi into yoba bafake amagama akufana uba unobangela ingaba zizigulo.
What my memory serves me, which may not be the best memory, is that type of figure, when I saw it in IPT, it talks about deaths in cells, and there is a breakdown of some of those numbers. I just don't have my numbers with me now.
Into endiyaziyo into yokuba ke ngokuthethwa ngabantu abasweleka eziseleni kwaye bayenza ibe luluhlu lamanani ohlukeneyo xa bechaza ezi zinto kodwa ke andiziphethanga phaa kum ezo zinto ezo ngoku.
The question is this: why did you not mention it if you wanted to give a balanced view of what the attitude of people was towards the police and what the attitude of the police was towards the people of South Africa? Why didn't you give both figures?
Imibuzo endibuza into ba kutheni unganikezanga lama nani ngokulinganayo njengoba wenzile ngamapolisa uze unike namanani ke kwabantu ke bathe basuleka nxa izenzo zamapolisa.
Advocate, why I have that there really is to talk about police and their work.
Isizathu soba ndinalonto apho ke inxa ukuba ndithetha ngamapolisa nomsebenzi wawo.
And this is why I even added EHW, which is our employee health and well-being, to say, under this strenuous task, how do we help police to continue to be able to do their work?
Yilonto ndifake ne-EHW enceda amapolisa uba akwazi ukuqhubeka ngokwenza umsebenzi wawo.
I wasn't comparing deaths.
Bendingathelekisi amanani okusweleka.
And that's the true reason why I added that paragraph.
What
you are raising is a completely new dimension.
Did you mention the number of police deaths, which are regrettable, and we don't want to be understood that we consider deaths of policemen of any lesser sadness or importance than deaths of other citizens. But what I am concerned about in your statement, that it may give the impression that what happened at Marikana, and more particularly what happened a few days before with the death of 2 policemen, as regrettable as it may be, that Marikana may be considered as an act of revenge against people protesting and not being compliant with police directions.
Into bendifuna ukuyisho ndithi ke ngokusweleka kwamapolisa into engabalekanga kodwa ke bendithetha ngesenzo esenzeke phaya eMarikana nje sibonakala nje ngesenzo sempindezelo.
No, that was never in my thoughts.
Lonto ke ngokhange ke ibekho kwingcinga zam.
Yes, well, there may be evidence before the Commission which may suggest that there was an element of it, but we won't take it any further with you at this stage.
So, the Commission ba ikhona into ecebisa okanye ibonisa ba into enjelo hlobo yenzeka.
You know that
this evidence you're talking about, does that relate to scene 1 or scene 2 or both? I can understand.
The 2 police deaths.
No. I understand the killing on the 13th. The question is whether what happened on the 16th was somehow in revenge for that. I'm saying, you say there's going to be evidence about that, or maybe.
There is.
What I'm asking you,
I'm not promising that there will be, because we are not acting for the people who have told that we heard from.
So you can't answer my question.
Yes.
I can understand, on the basis of material we already have before us, that may well be argued very strongly in the case of some anyway of the deaths at scene 2. Whether that's correct or not, of course, is another matter. But I was interested to know whether the evidence that is going to be led will also relate to scene 1, or can't you tell me at this stage?
Not from us. This is why I cautiously said it's what I have been informed by other parties here that they have evidence of this. If it's there, they will lead it, and we will argue it.
uthi ke uve ngamanye amaqela akho apho into yoba isenzo samapolisa yayiyimpindezelo ngenxa yento iyenzeka nge-13 apho amapolisa amabini athi asweleka khona.
Paragraph 75 of the written statement.
Yes. According to the paragraph 75 of Colonel De Rover's affidavit.
Colonel De Rover, Mr. De Rover.
Mr. De Rover. Yes. Triple F11, Mr. Chairman.
Paragraph you're referring to?
75. DRT stands for what?
Tactical response.
Tactical response. NIU stands for?
National Intervention Unit.
Yiyo le yagqiba ichaza i-NIU bayimile ntoni ne-TRT beseyitshilo, National Commissioner.
STF stands for?
Task Force.
Special?
Task Force.
Uchaza STF umele ntoni.
Are they all under your command?
Bangaphansi kolawulo lwakho.
Yes, they're under my command, under ORS, that is a division of SAPS.
Ewe bangaphansi kolawulo lwam ke ibizwa i-ORS, inye yamacandelo SAPS.
He makes a statement which I want to read to you. These three units have no responsibility or equipment for frontline handling of crowd management situations, so neither is that their task. Is Mr. De Rover correct or not?
Ku lento ayithethayo umhlekazi lona xa ithetha nge-TRT no-NIU STF abanalo uxandulo okanye izixhobo zomsebenzi ukuba basebenze phambili ekulawuleni izihlwele kwaye ayingumsebenzi wabo lowo. Uthetha inyani xa isitsho?
Yes, he's right.
Ewe unyanisile.
Finish this first, George.
No, I want to do it here.
Because, I see you're looking for something.
Yes.
I also said 3 o'clock. So, if you, I see you're busy with the point. I take it you want to finish that point first before we take the.
I'm just asking for the relevant documents from our colleagues. Yes. Was that a question as to whether we should take?
I'm in your hands. I'm saying you're busy with the point. Perhaps you want to round off the point or finish it off before we take the adjournment.
No, if
I'm in your hands.
I'll
You tell me what you
appreciate
want to
it
do.
if I have an opportunity to get the 2 documents that are asked for before me, before putting the question.
All right, we'll take the tea adjournment. I hope to resume at 15:15.
Thank you.
Siyabuyela khona emva kwe-tea time.
We do. I'll tell you. We only have to do something. And then I must drop my pen.
Hi, could I put the table for 15 minutes?
I try my best. I try my best. Maybe not
Oh, hi, Conway. Hi. Heidi. Heidi Bond. Hi. Good. How are you?
I want to take him myself. Oh, here we go. No, I want to say, just use the township law. Yeah, but you know, it's either should be here or here. Okay, I'll ask the usual two.
I'll speak to him. Thanks.
Well, until it was always next. Yeah, one. Even lunchtime, come next. My team said, no, shares negotiable. So it would be either me or them. And then the others, Carol and Sarah said there's maybe a few minutes. Yeah, next year, if ever. Yes, certainly. The question is it's either me, yes, whether he comes now, then that's fine. And I still owe you our schedule of preferences. We'll get it on Tuesday. We are finishing at last. So even if I start why they're here. Well, the ones who are working obviously was the others, yeah. No, the problem, we won't have access to them now. We wanted to use the longer thing. Okay, let me ask the attorney. Ask my attorney. Between today, are you here tomorrow? So you can give me your card. Yeah, this weekend might just be difficult with our infrastructure. Most of our contacts, the people we use going away. That's why they're taking to nobody choose. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, even that, I don't know. We see. I'll have to ask No. It's all the well, she's not Sarah, but she's a part of it. She's an accomplice. She's an accomplice. Let's go to these two people. Yeah, look, I can't promise because as I said, I don't deal with them directly. My attorneys do, but I know that they do it through the committee. So meeting that comes in every day. But now they're gone. Yes. But they told us that they'll see us on Tuesday. But we'll try and right. In fact, the ink might not even move. Oh my God. Otherwise, it was my young. No, I thought it was my side. I thought she's well, which side are you on? Do I have? If that is the basis. Hey, you see Pandemania? Both uniform and non-uniform. But and we thought this was just about where Linda, please, remember.
Yeah, leave this one. Eat well. How are you? You should ask her. Oh, thanks a million. Thank you so much. That's really helpful. It's really helpful. Do you probably don't speak with France? Yes, I do. Yeah, here she comes. Here she comes. She's not horrified.
get that. Thank you. Yes. Look up. What is me? Look, my only prayer is that by the time you take what I don't want is to spread it actually. Because you know what it's like when you're in cross-examination, you never, you still, hopefully, well, my dad is also. It's like I think I'll probably be the longest. Uncle and the rest, I don't think so. No, I hear you. Look, no. Look for the general good. For myself, I don't want to be caught fighting. So I'd rather, I don't care if she doesn't finish as long as I'm finished, that kind of thing. You just don't want to work on it. That's the only reason.
Iyaqhubekeka i-commission sebelapho commissioner.
The commission resumes. Are you still under oath, National Commissioner? Mr. Bezos?
Capacity as such, were you responsible in the final result to get reinforcements from other places into a particular place?
Ku khundla onaso ke wathatha inxaxheba ekuqinisekiseni ukuba kukho amapolisa angezelelwayo asuka kwindawo ezahlukeneyo.
Yes, as a head, I do have to talk to other heads to assist the head that is responsible for this province.
Were you asked to arrange of a number of units to come to Marikana on the 16th?
I do not arrange, but I give permission for provinces to support.
Ndinika imvume ke kwamanye amaphondo ukuba nawo asichase.
And support.
Yes, I did.
For units from other areas and
yes, I did.
The units that were eventually finished up were done on your recommendation.
Yes, I gave permission for mobilization of capacity.
Was it your decision to second the tactical response units TRT, NIU and STF to Marikana?
Under the broad permission that I've given, the various people would do so, the divisional commissioners, the provincial commissioners. So that is tactically done by those people.
But they required your authority, your direction for those units?
To say mobilize capacity and give support. I do not specify what type of capacity.
So the fact that there were units TRT, NIU and STF were with your initiative or participation?
It
is true that I have said to those who are responsible for various, whether it's uniformed police, TRT, to say assist with capacity. They would use their expertise to say who and what capacity.
Aba bahlukeneyo bancedayo ngabo bathi ke ukubasebenzisa ubuchule babo babone ba ngubani ofanelekileyo kwaye kufuneka enze ntoni.
The three units that I mentioned, are there special units?
Yes, they are special units under our ORS division.
Ewe ngamacandelo angamathathu ke akhethekileyo phantsi kwe ORS.
Operational response unit.
Operational response.
Are they responsible for public order policing?
Nabo ke banoxanduva ke le public order policing.
Just before we adjourned, we have read a paragraph that talks about the responsibility of those units. They are not responsible. There is public order policing.
Kosi pamba siphume ke paragraph ethetha ke ngomsebenzi wamacandelo amapolisa ango kodwa ke iyodwa yona iPOP.
Is the management of crowd control the primary responsibility of the public order policing?
Uxanduva na la mapolisa beziphops kukulawula izihlwele na.
In a primary sense, yes, but as you've read 75, it does tell you how else public order is supported.
We're not talking about the support. We are talking about the primary responsibility.
I've already said yes.
Yes. Now, you have read paragraph 75 of FF11, Mr. De Rover's affidavit.
When the fundle paragraph 75, look at Mr. De Rover.
Have you got it in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Please read out aloud for everyone to hear what that paragraph says.
TRT, NIU, and STF have no responsibility or equipment for frontline handling of crowd management situations. Neither is that their task.
TRT NIU STF abana anduva ke okanye izixhobo zokusebenza zokulawula izihlwele kwaye ayingumsebenzi wabo lo.
They are there to support POP personnel in situations where high-risk confrontation with individual crowd members occurs.
Bona ke basebenza ukuxhasa abe-POPs kwimeko apho ke ngoku kukho ubungozi obukhulu apho kukho ungquzulwano kwakunye nezihlwele.
Their typical task is one of isolation, containment, and arrest of such individuals in assistance of POP personnel.
Xa benceda i-PEP personnel into yabo kukwahlukanisa nokuthi babambe abo bantu abo.
Their speciality is to deal with bank robberies,
basebenza ke ngokuphangwa kwebhanka.
Yes.
It is one of their specialities.
Ngomnye imisebenzi yabo leyo.
Cash in heist transits.
Cash in transit heists.
Heists, I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah.
Nokuphangwa ke kwemoto ezithwele imali.
Yes.
Terrorists.
Nobunqolobi.
Yes.
And hostage situations.
Na lapho ke ngokukho i-hostage khona.
Yes.
They may be, the specialized units may be called to support the public order police if considered necessary.
Xa kufuneka ke bangabizi noba bazoxhasa i-POPs.
Yes.
And they, of necessity, have to play a secondary role in relation to the management of gatherings.
Xa kukho ke ngoku apho kuthinda banokhona indima yabo iba yindima elandelayo hayi le ingundoqo.
Yes.
They also have very high velocity and deathly guns, deadly weapons. Deadly weapons.
Banesantya ke esiphezulu nezixhobo ezibulalayo.
Yes.
Have you got any examples anywhere in South Africa where these specialist units were in the majority of the police officers present in any situation where there was a gathering?
Unganinika umzekelo apha.
I'll put it another way. Is there support to be there in case of need, in order to assist, if needs be, the main body that has to control the gathering, and that is the public order policing.
Advocate, I'd like to leave that to the experts to come and answer to this commission.
Are you prepared to accept the opinion of the expert that has been filed by you, the police?
Ulungela uyamkela into ethenzwe ingcaphephe le is yenu mapolisa.
I would like the expert to actually answer those issues. I am not in a position to cast judgment on that.
Anawukwazi uba ingiphefumule ngalonto le ingcaphephe yiyo ezawuze izophefumula ngalonto.
You are non-committal. You don't want to commit yourself to anything, do you?
Akho nto ufuna uzibophelela ngayo, akunjalo?
I do not agree.
Andivumelani nawe kuleyo.
You don't agree?
That I'm non-committal.
Ukuba mna ndifuna ukuba ndizibophelele.
I agree that she's non-committal.
According to Exhibit L, there were 176 POP members in Marikana on the 16th, and 337 specialized unit members.
Uya kwencwadi yomqobo exhibit L babe 176 eMarikana, abanye ke ngokuba amacandelo akhethekileyo babe 237 inani lawo.
Yes, okay. And in case anyone wants to check on us, these numbers were calculated by adding up the personal figures reflected in slides 136 to 147 of Exhibit L, which is a police document.
Ke sikwazi ufumana amanani ngokudibanisa la manani abhalwe ku 136 yotsho ku 137 phaa kuluxwebhu lamapolisa.
See that?
Uyayibona loo nto?
Accept that?
I accept the numbers you've given. I didn't see it.
Nike wona kodwa khandiyibona.
Numbers, but you didn't see it.
I trust that it is sitting there.
You're prepared to accept that they are correct. They come from your document.
I do. That's why I'm saying I trust that it is sitting there. We didn't open the presentation now.
Yes.
Ngokasivulanga ndingathi ke ndiyayikholelwa njengoba uyitsho uyithetha.
Subject to your qualification, it is clear, if the figures are correct, that the tactical unit members outnumbered the POPs members at the rate of nearly 2 to 1. Would you accept that?
Kuthiwa ke ngamanye amapolisa angasebenza umsebenzi obuchule ayemaninzi ukudlula ngabe pop ngenani elibizwa u221.
I know we're dealing with statistics, but I still would request that those that were on the field on that day, those that were responsible for actually commissioning these people, because they're coming here, I'd like them to answer those questions so that I do not confuse this August gathering.
Well, you have to oversee their actions as the leader of the police. You have to oversee their action, don't you?
I do, but I think it is also responsible of me to say I know that they are responsible for all those tactical operational issues, and I know they are coming here to answer.
Would not the leader of the police have been well advised to ask, why are there twice as many policemen that are usually used in warlike situations, twice as many as people who are used or are trained to control
kwakutheni ke ungabuzanga into yokuba amapolisa
Wouldn't it have been an important question? Are you declaring war on this crowd, or do you want to control it? Why are all these warlike and killing people being invited in such large numbers to Marikana?
apho ba unobuza into yoba kutheni ke ngokubizwa ohlobo lamapolisa abasebenzi ngathi baze emfazweni kodwa kuyimeko yayifuna apho kuzolalwa izihlele njengemeko yayiphaya eMarikana.
Yes, Mr.
My learned colleagues' hyperbole is not warranted. NIU, STF, and the other units are not warlike units that are killing people.
Trained to kill people. If that.
No, they're not trained to kill people. They're trained for law enforcement. If death is a result of their duty, it's unfortunate, but they're not trained to kill people.
If it's trained to kill people, if it's necessary for the purpose of law enforcement.
I don't mind putting if necessary. But why are there, when we have a crowd situation, why do we have twice as many people whose training is to arrest terrorists, to arrest hijackers, to arrest people who are likely to put up resistance, and it may become necessary for them to be killed? The question is a legitimate one, and I appeal that...
Really, I said you carry on, so carry on. Don't argue the thing already. You won.
I'll expect an answer.
Carry on.
Benolindela ke umbuzo impendulo ngoba kutheni bekufunwe abantu abasebenza umsebenzi wokusebenza ngabanqolobi nabo baphangayo apho kungenzeka into yoba kubekho ukusweleka ukhoyo.
Talking from prescripts, I'll again say they are there to support POP personnel in situation where high-risk confrontation with individual crowd members occurs or where crowd situations are requiring their support.
Nditshilo into yoba baxesheleka khona into yoba bazoxhasa ii-POPs apho ke ngoku kukho ubungozi apho kukho ungquzulwano nezihlwele.
I'm going to put to you that the figures obviously suggest that there was preparation not for crowd control, but rather for confrontation. We will put an end to this day. Today is the day. If you take those facts together, this was going to be equivalent to a declaration of war to about 3,000 people of South African citizens.
Into ayithethayo kuba xa ijonge yonke loo nto leyo nokuba kuthiwa ngaloo mini kwathiwa yiloo mini ke namhlanje nobuninzi babo yinto ebonisa into yokuba babethe yimfazwe makuliwe ke ngaloo mini leyo.
I certainly do not agree with that.
Ndithe anivumelani nawe kuleyo.
He does not agree with that.
You don't agree?
Yes.
Wanivumelani.
Could we put to you what some of your colleagues said, that they were short of POP members and it would have taken longer to bring POP members than this tactical specialist force. Do you know about that?
Bathi abanye ke oxaba ke into yokuba kwakuzothatha bakhetha abaya ke ngomapolisa abanye because kwakuzothatha ixesha into yokuba kubizwe abanye abazipops amapolisa azipops.
I do not know about that, and I guess this is why precisely I said those who are tasked with the responsibility of fleeting will answer those questions.
Andazi ngaloo nto kodwa yiloo nto ndithe abo ke ngokuba ngobona basendaweni apha bakaziphendula loo nto leyo bazawuza bazoyiphendula.
But you, as the leader, play a leading role in suggesting or authorizing transfers of troops from one part of the country to the other, and you must have been the person that should have been asked or was asked, give us more POP members in order to control this crowd.
njengokuba njengomkhokheli nocebisayo ngowe befuneka uceliwe into yokuba khasinike amanye amalungu ePOP.
I guess I'll have to go back again to say my strategic and national leadership. I have spoken about delegating authority to my divisional commissioners, to my provincial commissioners, who also have the responsibility to look tactically and closely at the isolated and local environment that they are dealing with. And in this regard, what you have seen is the whole issue of development of authority and delegation of authority to those who are responsible. The commanders that are going to answer here had the right delegation and authority to do what they did.
National Commissioner ke undinegunya lokuba ndingatyumba okanye ndithumela abanye abangaphantsi kwam njengo-provincial commissioner nabe-division into yoba benze ngolo hlobo ngoba xa beza apha abakhomanda ngaba bazokwazi ukuthi benze loo nto ngoba banalo logunya babenze le nto bayenzayo.
Were you called upon before the 16th to make more POP members available for the Marikana problem?
Phambi ko-16 wakwacela into yoba wongeze amapolisa ePOPs ngenxa yelingxaki yayipha eMarikana.
I was called upon to deal with overall issues of capacity, to say we need more capacity. I spoke to the other provincial commissioners to say, please collaborate with those that are at Marikana and General Mbombo and assist her with capacity. As to what nature of capacity, the JOC people had to say what type of capacity they were looking for.
Abenixelela ngesakhono ndathi mabathethisane noGeneral Mbombo bazosebenzisana kakuhle bona babesazi into bahlobo njani sakhono babesifuna apho kwiJOC.
Were you asked to make more POP members available for the Marikana incident? You were the head of the police. Were you asked?
Njengentloko yamapolisa wacela into yoba wongeze amapolisa ePOPs na?
If the answer is yes or no, it makes it difficult. I was asked about capacity.
What is so difficult about yes or no? Were you asked or were you not asked?
Chairperson,
I think I've answered.
The witness has to be given an opportunity to give an answer.
Yes, I agree.
The colleague doesn't need to shout.
Because I think she was still busy with her answer. And you did raise your voice. I know sometimes the afternoon goes on, one gets a bit excited, but
so I'll try and control myself.
Yes, please, thanks.
What is so difficult about yes or no? Were you or were you not?
The answer I'm supposed to give you, you may be looking for another answer, but I must give you the answer that is true and fact. I was asked to give authority for the province to get more capacity from all other provinces. And that more capacity is not only POPs, it's also other things. And it is important for me to give that answer in a comprehensive fashion.
So, National Commission, I ask you a question on this topic. I'd like to understand how it worked. Is what happened that you were asked to authorize the mobilization of capacity? So did you phone or somehow contact the provincial commissioners and say, look here, there's a problem in Northwest Province. The provincial commissioner in Northwest Province needs extra capacity. Would you please help her out? Without specifying, send POP people or send NIU people or whatever. So that what would then happen would be the provincial commissioner in the Northwest had then, as it were, carte blanche to phone her colleagues and say, send me so many POPs, or send me as many POPs as you can, send me NIUs, send me TRTs, STFs, and so on. In other words, was the decision as to which units to send for, in effect, delegated to her with corresponding authorization to her colleagues to comply with her request? Is that how it worked? Or was it more detailed than that in the way that Mr. Bezos suggests?
It is not detailed, Judge. On the 15th of August, at a meeting that I had with the National Management Forum, after that meeting, I sat with the provincial commissioners, and I asked, in a generic sense, that assist General Mbombo with capacity. She would then, precisely together with the JOC, indicate what capacity they want. And this is why I am at pains to answer in this manner.
Meeting, sorry, okay, translate first and then.
Into yenziba kube nzima kakhulu ndiphendule lo mbuzo ngokuba ngo-15 kaAugust sibambe intlanganiso ke ngoku nazo i-provincial commissioners ndaxela intoba makuncedwe ke ngoku ngesakhono ke ngoku loo nto yijoke etsho ichaza intoba luhlobo olunjani lwesakhono babe sifuna for imeko enjalo.
That meeting that you spoke about on the 15th, that's the Wednesday.
Yes.
Was that the SAPS National Management Forum meeting?
That's exactly that meeting.
At Midrand.
And after I have finished, because the the provincial commissioners were there, I quickly spoke to them.
That's what I wanted to ascertain.
Yes.
As it happened, you had all the provincial commissioners under one roof, as it were,
Yes.
face to face.
Yeah, partly, yes.
So you were then able to deal with the matter in the way you suggested.
Ke phakula National Management Forum leyo ya kwakungolesithathu nge-15 kulapho wathetha nabo ke ngoku wabacela o-provincial commissioners babancede u-commissioner uMbombo.
Was there any urgency about the selection of the training or talents of the people that were required to be considered?
Into yokujonga kwesakhono noqeqesho kwabantu abafuneka phaya into engxamisekileyo na.
Can you repeat your question?
Eluphinda umbuzo.
At this meeting, was it conveyed to you that it was urgent for you to send people in support?
Yaba kule ntlanganiso into yokuba kuthunyelwa abantu abazoxhasa yaba into engxamisekileyo leyo na.
There wasn't that sense of urgency. There was a process of addressing capacity.
Le ke ngoku yayingedibana nokungxama kakhulu kodwa yona into yayingumba yile yesakhono.
Was there any reason given for the urgency?
Sikhona isizathu esabekwa kwazona sokungxamiseka kwalo mba.
The reason for increasing capacity has always been as the issue escalates. You would, if you look at our records, where this whole thing started, we started with a very small number, but as the escalation came, it always became a need for the JOC to increase capacity.
Into yenze into bakubekho imfuneko iJOC uba mayizokwengeza isakhono ngoba ingxaki le yayiye ngoqhubekeka iyikhula.
Did anybody at that meeting suggest that the reinforcements were needed as a matter of urgency by the following day, the 16th?
Ukhona wathi kula ntlanganiso umuntu oba ukongeza amapolisa into engxamisekileyo ngoba into afuneka ngalamhla olandelayo we-16.
No.
Hayi.
So the identity of the people chosen had nothing to do with you. Is that what you are telling us?
Awunanto kwenza nehlobo labantu abathi bakhethwa kuba baye apho.
No, my concern was capacity.
Hayi eyona nto ibiyinxalabo yam yayisisakhono.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the answer. Please speak up.
I said no, my concern, as I've already mentioned, was capacity.
Ndithe hayi ngoba eyona nto yayinxalabo enkulu kum yayisisakhono.
Now, the choice of weapons that were going to be used at Marikana on the 16th, whose decision was that?
Kubani wathatha isigqibo sokuba ngeluphi uhlobo lwezixhobo zizawusetyenziswa phaa eMarikana?
The commanders that were there that have the responsibility to do so would have done so.
Okomanda belapho bene xanduva loba benze loo nto ngabo ke befuneka uba benze into enjalo.
If they had asked you, or if it had come to your notice that they were going to use R1s or R4s and R5s in order to control the crowd, and not to manage, to control the crowd, would you have allowed it?
ukuba babenocela kuwe mhlawumbi bathi bazosebenzisa R1 R4 R5 ukulawula izihlwele wawuzoyivumela into enjalo?
I think it's important for me as a leader to respect the expertise and the responsibilities that the commanders have.
Ndicinga kubalekile for mna njengenkokheli into ba ndihloniphe kakhulu isakhono saba ke ngoku bazikhomanda.
You would not exercise any judgment or make inquiries as to what sort of weapons were going to be used.
Wawungenawufuna ukwazi ba kuzosetyenziswa uhlobo olunjani lwezixhobo.
I do not ordinarily do that, and that did not present itself.
Kwa andithi ngesiqhelo ke andiyenzi into enjalo kwaye akho nto elo hlobo yaye yazibonakalela.
I want to refer you to paragraph 89 of the affidavit of Mr. Kesteruva, paragraph 89, which reads, "In my discussions with SAPS, we arrived at a conclusion that following Marikana, the reassessment of the employment of 5.56 caliber weapons in crowd management situations is urgent and must be effected without delay." Did that agreement or that came between the in discussions of SAPS and Mr. Deriva come to your notice?
Apha ke ngokuthi ke ingxoxo endabanayo neSAPS safikele kwisigqibo sokuba xa siphononwa ngayimeko yasemarikana kufuneka kubekho ke ngoku ezi caliber izixhobo ezi ze-5.56 ezisetyenziswa ekulalweni izihlwele kwaye into engxamisekileyo. Into ayifuna uqonda uba le ngxoxo ephakathi kweSAPS noDerova waba nolwazi ngayo na uNational Commissioner?
This report is not an agreement between SAPS and Derova. Derova is an expert. And Derova is not being fed by us to regurgitate what we want him to say. He has assessed the situation. He has required information from us, which we have given. He has put his expert knowledge in this document. And I think we would read it with a lot of keenness as we go forward. And it's some of the things that we'll look into.
Has this come to your notice?
Sike ayisivumelwano ke kuthiwa njengokuba eyincuphe ubhale into ayaziyo kwaye ezinye zivela apha njengoba zibhaliwe kweli xwebhu.
I note it in his statement.
Because I think it's already 4 o'clock. It would appear from para 94 of Mr. Derova's affidavit that that he is of the view, I think, that a number of areas there are a number of areas where SAPS may want to consider alterations to, amongst other things, its equipment, which presumably includes the weapons it uses. And he says, I've been made aware of the fact that a number of deliberations have been put in motion immediately following Marikana. I will, at a later stage, when my personal information position permits, also offer my observations on these areas. So it would appear that this process isn't very far advanced at this stage. But perhaps, insofar as it's necessary to explore it a little bit further, that may appropriately be done tomorrow morning at 9:30.
May I just finish, because I'm going to go on to a new topic tomorrow, and it will not take more than a few minutes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, well, try to do it as briefly as you can.
Yes. The expert says that they arrived at a conclusion. Did that conclusion come to your notice?
Isigqibo bafikela kuso ke athetha ngaso apha ethetha ngaso lenxushe waba nolwazi ngeso sigqibo.
I say I'm noting it in his report.
Ndithe ndiyayibona loo nto kwingxelo yakhe.
She's noting it in this report.
You mean you see it now?
Uyibona ngoku?
Question was, had it come to your notice before you came into the witness box?
into endifuna iqonda uba phambi uzonika ubungqina bakho uye wanolwazi ngaloo nto leyo na?
In the report, I'm saying, I saw the report before it came here, but I noted it in the report.
Ndithe ndibone kwingxelo kodwa kwakuphambi koba le
You
ngxelo
done
iziswe
anything
apha.
about it? Have you done anything about it?
Ikhona into oyenzileyo ngale ngxelo?
Our focus is on this commission, and when this commission finishes, we will consolidate all the inputs, the recommendations, the observations that come out of here as subs, and consider all those.
Ke into esigxinise kuyo
Finally, on this
kakhulu.
issue, I want to read to you. Sorry, Mr. Interpreter, I interrupted you.
Thank you, Senior Counsel. Into esigxinisa kuyo kakhulu ligalelo kwaye ninto izawuthi besisigqibo sale commission. Siyawuthi ke ngokezo sithatha inyathelo emva yonke lonto seyenzekile.
Yes. Yes.
We need to submit this into
Yes. Okay. All right. You have a document by, as you indicated, Mr. Chairman, from Nicholas Hayson.
give the title,
Titled License to Kill Part 1, The South African Police and the Use of Deadly Force.
published in the South African Journal of Human Rights.
And published in the South African Journal of Human Rights.
Mr. Bezos, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's quite a lengthy document. It's an article, as you say, in the South African Journal of Human Rights, published in 1987,
Yes.
dealing with the Kannemeyer Commission and various related topics.
Another matter.
I would think you might be able to do more justice to it if you started again
We'll
tomorrow
leave it
morning.
until tomorrow.
Well, you have to, otherwise you're going to rush through it. And
Thank you very much.
it seems to be quite an important article as far as I can see.
We consider it an important article on the issue.
All right, so let's deal with it. Let's give it the
Siyawusolose.
expected due to it, and look at it tomorrow morning at 9:30. Commission will adjourn until 9:30. I want to say we're going to adjourn at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon for the Easter weekend. Adjourn now until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Ngomso ke siyawubuyela kakhona siqhubeke ngecala emva kwentsimbi yethoba kodwa kuthiwa ngomso ke siyawugqiba ngentsimbi yokuqala ngenxa yempela veki le inde yepasika.
No, you see.
Let's try.